for everybody saying there's not much movement tonight, that is not true at all, okay? Overnight, we have seen fairly large explosions here in Kiev. We saw what was either a cruise missile or a jet shot out of the air. We've seen and heard reports of saboteurs moving in the city. There's Russian hardware and forces about 20 to 30 odd kilometers away from the capital at this time. That's what we're hearing. Coming down out of Belarus from the north. They have already moved through the exclusion zone. They pushed back Ukrainian troops that were at the Chernobyl power plant. That was the Battle of Chernobyl that happened yesterday, and they are moving down towards Kiev as we speak. We will definitely see an increase in airstrikes and bombardment over the next few hours to a day here. We're still kind of seeing where this is going to go. There was speculation that because of the failed takeover of the airport outside of Kiev yesterday, that the Russians are going to hold off a couple days to move into Kiev until they can get that airport taken, so that they can create an air bridge to bring in forces. But that's just speculation, guys. All reports that we have are saying that Russians are moving on Kiev right now at this very moment in time, and that they will be taking the city today. So we're going to keep an eye on everything at this time. Zelensky, President Zelensky, he is currently in a secure location in a bunker somewhere. There was reports coming out that said that... sorry, I kept thinking that was another explosion there. But yeah, there were reports that he did, in fact, he has taken cover in a secure bunker. Somebody says, what chat do you focus on more, Twitch or YouTube chat? Well, I have both the YouTube chat and Twitch chats in the same chat panel. Like, so I'm seeing Twitch chats and YouTube chats mixed together right now. And then on another screen I have the Discord chats as well that I've been trying to keep up with. I saw somebody had asked, what do you think the probability is of NATO getting involved? NATO like signing an emergency declaration and bringing Ukraine into NATO, and then sending forces in Ukraine. I don't think that will ever happen. I think that's extremely unlikely. That would mean a world war right off the bat. I don't think the Russians would back off. It would be very unlikely that they would. James M says Russian stock market not looking so hot. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim today for the Russian markets. For all markets, actually. Are doing pretty bad today. Somebody said I heard a rocket. Yeah, we're hearing various sounds coming out of Kiev. Look how dead Kiev right now is, guys. Look how dead all of these cams are. The people of Ukraine, if they haven't left the country yet, they are in two places: either their basements and huddled in their homes tonight, or they are in the metro tunnels. We had seen and heard a lot of photos of civilians taking refuge in the metro tunnels. Lachelle said Turkey is getting in, so you never know. Yep, we've been covering that all night, the Turkey involvement in this. That is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous escalation. We'll have to see where that goes. As soon as Turkey gets involved, one could argue that this is a world war. So it's very dangerous. Somebody says Russian tanks are going into Kiev now. Russian tanks are on their way to Kiev now. I don't think they are actually in the city yet. I know there are some Russian forces, most likely in Kiev, especially special forces, Russian Spetsnaz. It's more likely, though, that we will see more bombardment and airstrikes before before Russian tanks and hardware actually moves into the city. Somebody says they're at least 2 days out. No, at the rate they're at, they could be moving into Kiev today. Last reports we had was there was a Russian columns of tanks and personnel carriers somewhere between 20 and 30 kilometers from Kiev at this time. and that they are expecting further airstrikes and bombardment in the coming hours, followed by most likely a presence from Russian troops. You guys see the lights going out? This is most likely because dawn. A lot of these lights go out when the sun rises, so that's nothing to be concerned about. As you can see, there's still power on in the buildings. Those lights are going out just because of the dawn being here. But with the daylight, we should be able to see signs of smoke rising from some of these cameras. If there is still some active fires burning from some of the explosions that have happened over the night, so we'll have to keep an eye out for any signs of smoke rising on any of the cameras that we're keeping eyes on right now. Somebody says live tank movement was posted in the Situation Room. Let's take a look at that real quick, if I can find it. So yeah, right now apparently there's an extremely fierce fight ongoing between Russian forces and Ukrainian forces north of Kiev. We've spoke to that a couple times. One second while I try to catch up here, guys. If somebody wants to PM me, this is an interesting post, actually. First I want to show you guys this. Konstantin Boyanichev, head of the Russian tactical unit, surrendered together with his comrades. We didn't want to kill anyone. So it's definitely interesting. Some interesting reporting coming out there. Somebody said there's live tank movements in the Discord. I actually haven't seen any of that yet. Excuse me, if somebody maybe wants to send me a link. Okay, so yeah, this is the camera with the tanks on it eventually, or sorry, supposedly. However, I didn't see any tanks when I just looked at the cam here a second ago, but we'll take a look at it now. Oh, I believe maybe that's some hardware movements there. Can somebody confirm the geolocation on this camera here? So yeah, we believe that these may be Russian tank movements or hardware movements moving towards Kiev. If somebody could give me a confirmation on the geolocation. Somebody says scroll back a little bit. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, what we see up there on the road, guys, is Ukrainian tanks and stuff, I believe. Well, I'm trying to get scrolled back here so I can. Okay, we'll go to like right here. These look to be. Oh, guys, we could be looking at a grad strike. Those look like missile. Those look like missile artillery right there. I rewound it a little bit. Let's see if we can see those movements. It's really finicky when you're scrolling through these live streams. Here we go. Yep, that is definitely grad launchers, guys. Look at the Z. Did you guys see the Z? The Z on top. The Z on top. That's the reflective IR unit identifications. That's the Z that we've been talking about all week, guys. Those are grad launchers. They're going to launch a rocket attack on Kiev. Could somebody please confirm what the geolocation on this stream is for me? Somebody message me and confirm. The P-47 cams are right here. We geolocated last night. Okay, where is that, though? Is that near Kiev? Well, let me look. they geolocated this camera last night, so... bear with me here, guys, while I get this on the map for you guys. Just bear with me here. Yeah, guys, these are missile that's missile launched artillery. For some reason, Google Maps is refusing to load right now, guys. Having a hard time giving you this location. Yeah, for some reason, Maps is not loading at all for me. Can you just confirm? Can somebody just... Is it in fact on the outskirts of Kiev? The other is about 1,000 down the road on the top of the shell station marked on that map. Okay. Somebody says, I feel like this is something we should report to Ukrainian intelligence. If you can report it, do it, guys. Send it off. I mean, these are obviously Russian troop movements. We saw the Z. Somebody said it's heading towards Crimea in the direction they're heading up the river to Dnipro. Oh, that's the flight you're speaking of, Dan? P-47 highway near Kherson. Oh, okay, I see. It's near Kozatsk. I don't know exactly where that is. Not in Kiev. Yeah. Thank you guys for confirming that for me. Oh, we're hearing some noises there. Let's get back over to our Kiev cam. Another explosion was just heard there on the audio. Really quickly here, guys. I believe this is a Ukrainian tank that was a picture of that was taken in Odessa. I believe this is Ukrainian armor there. It looks like Ukrainian. Notice the yellow band. I believe those are Ukrainians. I think this was taken. Yeah, this is taken from Odessa. Yeah, so it's near to Crimea, that camera we were just looking at. With that missile launched, that missile artillery there. I believe those are Grad launchers. I'm not, as I said before, I'm not an expert on Russian military hardware, but from what I gathered, I'm pretty sure those are Russian mobile missile artillery launchers, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yep. Kakhovia, Ukraine. Once again, guys, sorry for my horrible pronunciation. And here is an image, I believe, of some of those units that was just sent into us here. Yeah, I find it really surprising that there's a Shell gas station in the middle of Ukraine. I thought Shell was only like an American company. So on this stream here, there's apparently some other troop movements. Oh yeah, here's the stream from that picture we were just looking at, guys. There's some troop movements there. We'll keep an eye on them for a little while. Jesse says, why 2 U.S. tankers over Romania and 1 over Poland? Maybe refueling F-35s. Those are there right now, I believe, just in case they need to refuel certain reconnaissance aircraft that are flying in and around the airspace. I believe there's probably plenty of RC-175s in the air above NATO member states right now, and we just can't see them on the map. Somebody said, what happened to the CNN guy? They both disappeared. I actually didn't hear what they said at the end there. Somebody's saying large moon on P47. Yep, yeah, we're taking a look at that right now. That's what's on screen right now. Somebody says, don't be surprised if we see U.S. UAVs. They want to know what's going on. I believe any that are currently operating in the area probably are doing so with their transponders off. So look, they're stopping this car here, guys. Is that another soldier that just got out of the car? Did this stream just go... Oh, come on. They opened the trunk? What's in the trunk? Oh, maybe they're just inspecting the trunk? Interesting. Hearing some other booms right now, guys. Trying to keep an eye on that. Yeah, are they checking for the spare tire, possibly? Gotta pay the troll toll. Shot shrapnel? Somebody says there were tanks that passed for the P47 cam at 0637. Scroll back through the video. We'll believe you. If there was missile-launched artillery, artillery, there was probably also tanks. So yeah, I don't doubt that. Right now, though, we're keeping an eye on... keeping an eye on this video cam. I think I'm hearing Russian planes. Are you guys hearing planes? You guys ever heard the expression "red skies in the morning, sailor's warning"? Here's our Chernobyl cam. Keep an eye here. They stopped somebody else. What in the hell is that? What is that? Is that a dog? Is that a goat? Is that a goat dog? What is that? And are these Russian troops here? I believe there's some Russian troops here on the railroad tracks as well. If you guys can, report these Russian troop movements and report that they have a checkpoint set up here. Let's get that information out, try to do our part. Yeah, definitely some Russian soldiers here. I don't think those are citizens. They look like they have military gear on. This looks to be a personnel carrier here, either like maybe some kind of APC, BTR, something like that. I can't really tell what's behind that sign, but... Okay, guys, we're definitely hearing some ominous sounds here over Kiev. Okay, guys, here's some aircraft. Those are birds, but I do hear aircraft. I think I saw the aircraft up there, possibly. Yeah, we definitely... And look at the birds, you guys. The birds know what's up. Look, they're all getting out of Dodge. Those are definitely Russian planes, you guys. You can hear that, right? Somebody's saying it's the Ghost? Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope he's up there in his MiG and he takes down some Ruskies. Somebody says the crows make it even more eerie. I'm not gonna lie, guys. The hair on my neck is standing up right now. My skin's crawling. I'm hearing explosions. Somebody's saying they're not birds. They're KGB spy birds, spy drones. Could be. Alright, really quickly, we'll switch back over to, never mind, I spoke too soon. Just a civilian taking a look at the action, keeping an eye on things. You could sneak over there and steal their BTR. That'd be pretty cool. Could you imagine that? We watch this guy live on camera sneak into that personnel carrier and just drive off with it. He's thinking about going and stealing that personnel carrier, you guys. I can sense it. Why does everybody immediately open their doors? Have you guys noticed that? They immediately just get out. If you did that, if you got pulled over by a cop and you did that in the United States, they'd shoot you. As soon as they roll up, they just jump right out of the car like nothing's going on. More explosions here, guys, in the Kiev cameras. Yeah, look how fast that guy pulled over and he just jumps right out of the car. Is that him right there? It is. He got closer. You guys were right. I didn't see that. I didn't see him walk that way. Does he have his cell phone out? Yeah, he's on his cell phone right now. Is he reporting troop movements right now? This guy has some serious balls to be on his cell phone right in front of a Russian battalion here. They're obviously looking at him. Pineapple, that's the lower left. That's what we have in the lower left, man. Yeah, same camera. Somebody's saying no, they're probably Russian sympathizers that are most likely a group of them yesterday were standing there waving. This is coming from somebody that's been watching this cam for some time. We must have watched 300 plus armor units roll through those cams over the course of the last 20-something hours. So it looks like they changed the positioning on this camera here. Yeah, so it's now basically the same angle. It's a better angle of what we have there. Alright, bye-bye, Fox. We're just going to stick with this angle here. This is an awesome angle. Yeah, somebody screen captured this. Listen, what a beautiful sight here, eh? You guys asking if that building's on fire? Nope, it's the sun. It's the sun coming up here in Ukraine, guys. It's 4 of these cameras on screen are Kiev. Bottom left is Kiev, right side is Kiev, middle, direct middle is Kiev, and middle left is Kiev. So we got eyes on a lot of angles of Kiev here. What you guys are hearing in the skies is most likely either Ukrainian or Russian aircraft. Yep, all my cameras are live right now, guys. They're all up to date, except this one. Alright, guys, I'm hearing a lot of presence of what sounds to be some kind of aircraft over Kiev. We're just gonna kind of go quiet here, guys, for a second and listen in.
Speaking at this level, 1098-765, 432.
They're setting something up right there. I'm not sure. I at my first thought I was thinking maybe they're going to blow the rail tracks. That could be what they're doing, you guys, is looking to sabotage the railroad line here. But yeah, they are definitely doing something right now up there on those railroad tracks. I just saw it looked like maybe they were putting like explosives in place, maybe like unspooling maybe some kind of wire or equipment there. I can't really tell, but interesting. Down here in the lower right, guys, yeah, I'm watching. I got these guys up on a 50-inch screen right now, and I got my face like 4 inches from the television, and I'm trying to see what they're doing here on the railroad tracks. They are actually doing something on the railroad tracks there. I'm not sure exactly what though. Look, you got some troops moving across there.
Exchanges of fire.
The camera in bottom right can't zoom into these cameras. If I could, I would. Yeah, if I could, we would definitely be looking at it a bit closer. Yeah, we did just hear some other explosions off in the background from Kiev, guys.
Actually, up until a few seconds ago, it's been a relatively quiet night compared to the night we had before. We had a big explosion that was heard a few hours ago, followed by some other smaller explosions as well. It's now emerged, according to Ukrainian Interior Ministry officials, that the video you can see now is of a Ukrainian Sukhoi 27 fighter jet that was shot out of the skies over T-7 fighter jet that was shot out of the skies over Kiev. You can see the debris scattering over a sort of relatively broad area out of the skies by Russian forces, presumably of course surface-to-air missile attack in Kiev. The second incident, and also in a suburb of Kiev, was that there was a Russian rocket attack on what is described as a residential area. You can't. It caused damage to that building. You can see pictures of the damage and the fire inside that apparently residential building. You might not be able to hear this. You might not be able to hear this now, Anderson, but right in the distance, from when I'm speaking to you right now, I can hear a rumble of explosions as day breaks over this Ukrainian capital. And of course, as you mentioned, Russian forces, according to the United States, are about 20 miles away, 20 miles outside of the city. I mean, I encountered special force troops from Russia much closer to Kiev than that, maybe about 10, 12, 15 miles away at an airport, an airbase that they had at that time taken. They were choppered in, and they battled Ukrainian forces to establish control over that airbase. It's not clear what the status of that position is now, but clearly there are a growing number of Russian forces in various strategic positions around the Ukrainian capital. And I can tell you that the residents of this city and officials in this city are bracing for some kind of next step in this Russian plan, sort of bracing for an assault on the capital.
Someone get this man a cough drop.
Well, I mean, look, there's definitely people who trying to leave. I mean, for a good 24-hour period, there was a solid line of traffic taking the main highway to the west, out of the city. That seems to have subsided now. I think people that were going to leave, for the most part, have already left. In terms of the defences of the city, we know that in the days ahead of the actual declaration of war, the first airstrikes by Russia. Defences were set up on the outskirts of the city. We also know that the Russians pounded those defences on the outskirts of the city with barrages after barrages, cruise missile tanks. Right, not seeing. Residents of Kiev are being woken up right now to those air raid sirens as they sort of echo across this otherwise silent city. Whether that's a precautionary measure, whether that is a sign of what is about to happen, I think given the context of our lives, it's a sign of what's about to happen. Yes, and there are I think some quite considerable facilities here in Kiev. There are air raid shelters, there are subway stations, underground railway stations, large numbers of but yes, a lot of people have left, a lot of people will be taking shelter, but there's still going to be a lot of people out here who are vulnerable to potential. From my vantage point here on this rooftop in the centre of Kiev, I haven't been able to witness the level of that resistance. But no, and if this operation has been answered, there haven't been many forces put in perhaps were needed by the Russians to make this happen quickly. And I'm sure that will be addressed at some point by the authorities, by the Kremlin. And they will, it's not necessarily a good sign, is what I'm trying to say. If this operation is decided to be underpowered, and that the Kremlin decide they haven't put enough forces in, because perhaps they were expecting the surrender of Ukrainian forces, they underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian forces, their abilities, then that may have achieved a short-term delay in this, but it would probably provoke a much larger, stronger response by the Russians to make sure they achieve their strategic goals. That's what I'm concerned about. Look, we don't know what the real strategic objective is of this invasion by Russia. I mean, Vladimir Putin said it was a special military operation to, secure, Donbass and to, secure the territory of those small little republics that were recognised a couple of days ago. They only occupy and control a small amount of the territory that they claim as theirs. And so, that initially this was set out by the Kremlin, by Vladimir Putin, as being an operation to expand their territory and to push back Ukrainian forces in the Donbass. But because of how this has played out, because of what we've seen, that doesn't seem to be carried through with events on the ground. I mean, the fact that there are strikes taking place in Kiev, the capital, which is hundreds of miles away from eastern Ukraine, and also other cities across the country as well, does raise the possibility that the Russians are going for not just an all-out invasion, but those scenarios that a couple of days ago, like a full occupation, like a decapitation of the government, and installation of a pro-Moscow puppet regime. A couple of days ago, those sort of theories only found listeners in the dark recesses of the internet. Now we're looking at a Russian government that has shown itself to be absolutely militant when it comes to Ukraine. And so, as far as I'm concerned, it seems that anything is on the table. That's the time, but what was it?
It's probably just 12 o'clock. It is again curfew. It's not entirely communicated out what
Could it have been? We don't know that.
No.
Makes sense.
So it's in the sort of time clock.
Maybe it's not an air raid show siren. Maybe it's a curfew.
Go about your business.
But we don't know that.
We don't know.
We haven't.
I won't put it to where it's just an assumption. Maybe.
Are we clear, Katya? No. It's all quiet. I mean, apart from those sirens which came out of nowhere, I don't have anything at the moment. Well, me too. No, not at the moment. I mean, it's... No, sorry, we'll just stay for a couple more minutes. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Alright guys, yeah, I'm still here following along with you. We're just listening into the audio coming out of these BBC reporters because I think we're getting, we're seeming to get some, firsthand on the ground, kind of a hint at what's going on the ground in Kiev right now from these reporters. So it's interesting to listen in to what they're talking about. We're also keeping an eye on these Russian military units here. You can see the Z if you look very closely. You guys might have to really look closely. There's a Z on the back of that truck all the way down the road there. I can see it on my large screen. I have it on. There's a large infrared Z on the back of that truck, and that's consistent with the other unit markers we've seen on their equipment. Here's another car. They're basically pulling over. Oh, here's two cars. We're watching them not only pull over cars, but multiple groups of the soldiers are doing something along the railroad tracks here on the right side.
Well, I mean, they've called up reservists in the country. There's been what they call a full mobilisation announced, and so the military is all on the highest possible alert. The reservists are called up. People are being given weapons. Citizens are being given weapons if they want to have them. Also, there's been a ban on adult males between 18 and 60 years old leaving the country, so that they can serve in the military should they be conscripted in. I'm not sure that issue of conscription has gone out. It may have, but certainly we're not seeing sort of very concentrated elements of armour very concentrated levels of troops in this capital city of Kiev. I'm not seeing that. I can't speak to what's happening outside the city or what's happening elsewhere in the country, unfortunately. We just don't really have this one very limited, I only have this one very limited vantage point. I did see some Ukrainian forces earlier today on the outskirts of Kiev. As I was going towards that air base that I reported from earlier today, where I actually met up with Russian special forces sort of unexpectedly. And they look tired. They look worn down. Some of them look like they not had sleep for a long time, and that compared very unfavourably to how the Russian forces looked. Because
so they let the car go through, but the guy with the suspiciously large backpack on a motorbike just gets to slide right past. Or I said they don't let the car through, but he just gets to go right past. You saw the guards kind of like looking at him. I saw like the guards kind of like look off, like look at him and just be like, yeah, whatever. Plot twist: that's Ghost, and he's heading deep behind enemy lines to bomb. That backpack's full of Semtex, and he's heading deep behind enemy lines to blow up some Russian command posts.
Tricks. Got it. I'm billing it. It's on his way. It's on the way. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Stay.
Yeah, somebody said it does look like they could be arming some explosives on the train tracks. Yeah, that definitely could be. They could be just trying to destroy infrastructure, maybe. But you would think they would. You would think they'd want to keep these rails intact so that they could possibly move resources into Ukraine. They could potentially move, supplies and hardware, military hardware on these rails. So I don't know. That's an interesting question. But if you look down the rails a little bit, there's another 3 or 4 Russian soldiers down that way as well, doing something on the railroad tracks. It's kind of hard to see, but down a little farther, there's a couple more Russian soldiers that are taking a look around.
No.
All the soldiers are getting killed.
Okay. Keep inside, keep inside.
In here.
How can I find it?
Right.
Guys, where's this audio coming from?
Right. We've got to be mindful for the driver as well, okay? Let's move down this way against the wall. Keep down.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, keep chill.
I think what we're hearing.
All right, well, that was a very dramatic outburst there. Gunfire at an enemy we didn't see. We assume it was, some kind of threat that they felt from perhaps a counteroffensive. I've been told by Ukrainian officials that there was a counteroffensive underway just before we got there. Remember, that airfield, that airbase is absolutely essential if Russian forces are going to establish a bridgehead to bring in more troops, more equipment, to encircle the capital and potentially take the entire city of Kiev, take it over. Jake.
Anko just said, reporter on the stream is at Mick Hantz CNN on Twitter. I think he has no clue this stream has audio on. You guys, we have I don't think they realize it, but they have their audio, their mic is hot right now, and we've been listening to hot mic audio coming out of the CNN reporter all night. Okay, so what you guys just heard was them playing a video of an earlier run-in with them over the network, I believe. Yeah, hold on really quickly. So yeah, the only other audio we have is that other Kiev cam, the Maidan. Whoops. This one here. Or sorry. I want to see if this one here has audio. Yeah, no audio on that one. Okay. Let's go back to our CNN. Our CNN correspondents. Just keep an eye on these. I was panicking there. I thought something was going down. So he's saying CNN is RT? Yeah, tonight they are. That's for sure. I thought something was going down there for a second, but no, it was just they were playing video on their stream. They ran that clip on CNN. Somebody just said, yeah. Yeah, sorry guys, the static, I guess I could probably turn it down a little bit. We'll hear if shit starts going down. Alright, turn that down just a tad. You don't want to turn it down too much because we got to hear if they start chatting again. I want to hear what they're talking about. It was interesting earlier tonight listening to these CNN reporters trying to piece together that what we thought at first was a missile being intercepted by Ukrainian air. It turned out to be, or what they're saying it is, was a Ukrainian Su-27 shot down by a Russian missile. So that's interesting. It kind of like and we watched them like go from thinking it was a. We went from thinking it was a missile. They thought it was a missile that was intercepted, and then everybody thought it was a Russian bomber that was shot down. And then there was the Su-27 story. There was also a theory that it was a plane full of Spetsnaz paratroopers that were going to drop in on Kiev, and that they had blown up the plane in air before they could drop. Okay, so we're still kind of keeping an eye on the troop movements here. Interesting activity from these troops, these Russian troops near Crimea. We've been able to identify their vehicles so easily. We know it's Russians because they all have a gigantic reflective IR painted Z on them on all sides. It's like, it's the biggest way to, it's the biggest, you know, sign that they're Russian troops, you know, just like they're holding a big sign above their heads, like, hey, we're Russian troops over here. It's been pretty easy to track Russian troop movements that way. But something interesting I've kind of I've been thinking about is, you know, like, why all of their vehicles, all of their hardware is painted with these IR symbols, and it's supposed to be, hey, actually, sorry guys, I just realized something as I'm staring at the screen here. Sorry to get sidetracked, but there's smoke in the background of this. You guys, there's a gigantic plume of smoke coming up in the background here. In fact, I'm going to try to screen cap it for you guys. And, yeah, I'm going to screen cap the situation, and then I'll bring up that photo so you guys can see it. But, yeah, there's a gigantic plume of smoke back there. And I thought it was clouds at first, but that's actually like a big mushroom cloud coming up in the background. Or really it looks like just something on fire, but it must be big because it looks miles away right now. I'm going to post this into the Situation Room if you guys want to take a look at it, but I'll put it on screen for you guys, so don't panic. Okay, I just posted this in the Situation Room. So you guys can take a look at that. Here, I'll get it on screen for you guys. So this is the screen cap I just took. There is definitely smoke back there. And okay, so look here. First of all, you got the gigantic white Z. Hold on. I need to bring this up so you guys can actually see it. Stand by while I fix my stuff. Here we go. Okay. And Here we go. All right, so here is the Z. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see that on stream. You might have to squint, but there's the Z on the back of the trucks there, proving that they are in fact Russian troop movements. You got a whole column of what looks to be personnel carriers. I'm not sure. Can somebody confirm? Are these the grad launchers we saw earlier? Or did those were those maybe farther up? I think it was the same road though, wasn't it? And then look, you got one group of Russian military here, doing something here, and on the other side of the tracks here. And you have the same thing down here. You have a group of Russian military here. It looks like one is positioned here, kind of crouching. And they were like setting up some kind of equipment on either side of the railroad tracks. Not exactly sure. They could just be chilling, but it's kind of odd because like I've been watching their movements on camera here, and they're definitely like it looked like they were setting something up. It could have just been one of them going through his rucksack, you know, for a candy bar or something, or a couple of vodka shots. Yep, behind the sign is the APC, and they're just kind of chilling there. But they have a checkpoint set up here. You got these two Russians stopping cars as they come into the checkpoint. But anyway, let's get back to the... Wait, you guys can look at it. Yeah, look. 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 See? We got the troops doing some stuff over here. What river is this, by the way, guys? This isn't the Dnipro, is it? What river is this? Wait, you're right. Okay, the other day I saw them trucking tons of yeah, you guys are right. I'm pretty sure this is a pipeline they're setting up. I saw trucks just like this loaded with pipe. They're setting up fuel pipelines. They're setting up temporary fuel pipelines to pump fuel to what could be front lines for their military hardware. They need to get fuel as far into Ukraine as they possibly can. And it could be that they are building pipeline to get fuel into Ukrainian territory. Somebody said there's a car park just behind the sign. Seems there's the grad launchers. Yeah, actually, these could be the grad launchers back here. Now that I thought about it, that we saw on the highway. Maybe they parked off here. You guys can see in the background, though, the gigantic plume of smoke coming up down there. Looks like a car was talking to the Russian soldiers there. Interesting. So keep in mind, guys, in this area, I think it is heavily pro-Russian. That's just speculation on my part, though, from kind of what I've heard. But just in this area near Crimea. Somebody says there's a couple plumes even further in... Oh, yeah, there is, right there. Yeah, there are a couple plumes further in the distance. This is probably the most interesting camera we've run across, I think, so far. Yeah, they could be building pipeline. They could be using the railroad as... they could be using the railroad as a surface to lay their pipeline, which would make a ton of sense. Okay, it's already level and flat. Okay, there's already a mounting surface that you can mount it to. Okay, so it could be, that's what we're seeing here. They could be maybe starting to lay that pipeline. If you guys look up the, if some of you guys in the Discord or watching the stream could look up the pictures of them, there was trucks, I saw it on live UI map, we watched it on the stream last night. They were moving trucks across the border into Ukraine near, I think it was either Belgrade or near Donetsk somewhere. They were moving trucks in loaded with pipe for temporary fuel pipelines. Somebody says, looks like clouds to me. No, these are not clouds. This is a gigantic plume of smoke originating from that source. There's another truck with the Z's. Right there, the Z's. Okay, if I was the Ukrainians, you guys, okay, I have a feeling that we've already seen higher Russian casualties. I was originally speculating, it's because they're on the offensive. The Ukrainians have defensive positions. I think the high Russian casualties is because they, for some reason, they painted gigantic reflective Z's all over their equipment. They could be seen from miles away. You guys, you got Ukrainians sitting in the hills with the javelins, with St. Javelins on their shoulder, and they could see these guys from miles away. Literally, it's like Putin sent in the Russians with reflective markers on them, so the Ukrainians would have a fighting chance. It's the evil Z, yeah. I feel like that's going to become like I feel like when history looks back on these events, guys, that Z is going to be I think it's going to be kind of a symbol of like Putin's invasion of Ukraine. I think that Z probably will be brought up quite a bit because it's for weeks we've been talking about the Z on all of the tanks and everything, you know. Why do the Russians have all the Z's painted on the trucks? It's because multiple reasons. First of all, it helps them distinguish between enemy vehicles. It helps their aircraft distinguish between enemy vehicles and friendly. Okay, because the Ukrainians have a lot of the same hardware. When you're talking about tanks, personnel carriers, and stuff like that, they have a lot of the same stuff. Okay, and if it's not the same, it looks very similar. All right, and so that was one reason. Another reason is because it allows pilots to easily identify friendly forces on the ground when they're doing airstrikes and bombardment. So when you got Russian fighter jets flying overhead, they can easily distinguish. Okay, that is a friendly target. Okay. Another reason I saw people tossing around was that it was because the Z represented the west, like divisions that were coming from were going to the west border of Ukraine, and there was some kind of translation there with that. Yeah, O is used for eastern units, Z is for the southern units, and a different letter is used for the northern units. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I thought it was western, like, because it's Russia's western border of Ukraine. I thought that was like what the it was translated from a Russian word for west, I think. But somebody says O is for oh my god, go back to cams. Roger that, guys. And transition. C is for cams. Yep, C is for cams. Yeah, it's not paused. They're just standing around. Oh, hey, some of them walked over here. Guys, can you see this, guys? Guys, some of them walked over. They went somewhere. Somebody said I'd be painting Z's all over my car. Yeah, go get a couple cans of green spray paint, okay? Olive drab, coat your car in olive drab spray paint, and then throw some IR Z's on the side. What in the world is this guy doing? Is he parking? That didn't look like a parking lot. I guess it is. I guess it's a parking lot. Is this our same guy from earlier? Can't tell. Yeah, what is that car doing, huh? Somebody says send these coordinates to the Ghost. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get these. We need to get the coordinates of this location to the Ghost. It's Russia, they park wherever they want to. That's exactly what I was just thinking. I'm thinking about how that guy literally avoided the actual parking lot of this, what clearly is the parking lot of this structure, and parked on the lawn. Might be the business owner, perhaps. Look at this guy on his bike. Everyday Ukrainian. Somebody says, can you post text in the Situation Room channel if it's pertaining to the link? Yes, but it has to be included in the same post. Like, as you post the link, you also have to include the text in that same link. Or, I mean, if you forget to or something, just put it right underneath, but try not to, fill up that Situation Room channel with a bunch of text. We're trying to keep that clear for the exchange of intel and links, stuff like that. Somebody says there's a second stream for the railway. We've been trying to tell you for quite some time. The Z identifiers IR to avoid friendly. Yes, we went over that. Yeah, I know. I saw the links to the other stream, guys, but I just got this one on screen now. I guess we can switch over to it if you guys really want to look at it. Is it closer? There's some serious troop movements going down there right now, though. If it's closer, then we'll take a look at that. Somebody PM me the link to the other camera. So we have exact geological coordinates. We have exact map coordinates of these Russian troops right now, guys. If the Ghost is listening, we have those coordinates for you. So let's go ahead and get this other cam up on stream here. Wait, that's the same one. It's the same one we were just watching. Okay. I believe this is it. Somebody says very peaceful right there. Don't let the audio fool you. So this is the other one, and wait, let's take a look at this one. So we have 3 angles on this road right now, guys. I think this is definitely the most action is definitely going on here. With our Russian troops there. Somebody says the Ghost of Kiev is a modern hero in the making. Yeah, just like Saint Javelin is a modern saint in the making. Somebody says check memes. Yeah, memes is an absolute a void that I will be sucked into for 3 hours trying to find what you're trying to show me. So if you want to send me something, you have to PM it to me. There's one more at a roundabout further east, but it's down and has been for some other hours, but it's normally not interesting. Okay, thank you for that. If we need to follow some troops down the road, we might be able to. Oh, here. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Dan, for this. Okay, this is very interesting here. So what you guys are seeing on the map here is camera angle number 1, camera angle number 2, camera angle number 3, and a map showing the location of said things. Camera number 1 is down here, number 2 is here, 3 is here, and there's another one down the road farther that is currently offline.
Мы втратили за сегодня уже.
दुर्भाग्य से हमने पहले ही दिन अपने 137 नायकों को खो दिया है, जिनमें 10 अधिकारी भी शामिल थे। 316 घायल हैं। मुझे पता है कि मेरे बारे में बहुत सी फर्जी खबरें फैल रही हैं, जिनमें ये खबर भी शामिल है कि मैंने कीव छोड़ दिया है। मैं राजधानी में अपने लोगों के साथ रहता हूँ। हमारी जानकारी के मुताबिक दुश्मन ने मुझे टारगेट नंबर 1 और मेरे परिवार को टारगेट नंबर 2 के तौर पर लिस्ट किया है। वो राज्य के मुखिया को समाप्त करके देश को राजनीतिक रूप से नष्ट करना चाहते हैं। आज हम सभी ने मॉस्को से सुना कि वे अंत में बात करना चाहते हैं। वे यूक्रेन की तटस्थ स्थिति के बारे में बात करना चाहते हैं। मैं अपने देश के सभी साथियों से कह रहा हूँ कि अभी हमारे राज्य के भाग्य का फैसला हो रहा है। मैं उनसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि क्या आप हमारे साथ हैं। वे जवाब देते हैं कि वह हैं, लेकिन वे हमें गठबंधन में लेने को तैयार नहीं हैं। हम अपने देश के लिए सुरक्षा की गारंटी के बारे में बात करने से नहीं डरते, तटस्थ स्थिति के बारे में बात करने से नहीं डरते। लेकिन हमारी सुरक्षा की गारंटी क्या होगी
So
और
yeah,
कौन से देश
if
उन्हें प्रदान करेंगे?
if somebody maybe wants to go back to the start of that
इंडिया
stream,
टीवी हर वक्त हर
sorry, not to the
जगह
start of the stream,
डाउनलोड
but
करने
earlier
के
in
लिए
this stream
सर्च
on this
करें
camera we're watching
इंडिया
here,
टीवी
maybe
न्यूज़
take a
गूगल
look
प्ले
at what
स्टोर
those
या ऐप
Russian troops were setting up, and take a video clip of that, preferably just kind of zoomed in if you can, and then upload that to YouTube or something, and then link it over to us. We can take a look at that, and not only that, but we can publish it, and people will see evidence of whatever they're doing here along this railway. I can't believe the Russians are dumb enough not to take out these cameras. How are they not taking out these cameras? Guys, we are clearly watching their not only positioning, but watching just kind of like their movements right now. All sorts of things we are seeing out of these cameras. How are they not destroying these cameras? Somebody says because they never played R6. That could be. They were just chilling. A lot of people saying it looks like they were just chilling. Yeah, I don't know. It looked like they were setting up some equipment at one point. Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Kremlin cyber attacks haven't had a bigger impact on the internet infrastructure in and around Ukraine, because as you guys can clearly see here,
फौज जो है वो
it's
मजबूत
still,
है, लेकिन क्या इतनी मजबूत है कि
quite
रशिया से लड़ाई
operational.
लड़ सके? हथियार पहुंचा दिए, लेकिन जान और जमीन ये आपको अपनी चुकानी है। कुछ यही संदेश शायद आ रहा है। लेकिन एक बार तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाते हैं। देखिए, ये 6 तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, और ये तस्वीरें अपने आप में बहुत ज्यादा अहम हो जाती हैं, क्योंकि इन धमाकों से आज कीव जो है वो दहल
right
गया
here,
है।
okay, so
लगातार
this
हम
is
कह रहे हैं कि आज हमले का दूसरा दिन है, और आज जब रूस ने धमाका शुरू किया तो उसकी इंटेंसिटी जो थी वो पहले दिन के मुकाबले कहीं ज्यादा थी, और यही वजह है कि कीव में आसपास, जैसा कि गौरव बता रहे थे कि 10 किलोमीटर दूर तक वो पहुंच गए थे। हालांकि दोबारा रेस फोन पर नहीं आया, इस वजह से शायद कुछ वहां पर चीजें हुई हैं, लेकिन रशिया लगातार क्लियर है कि उसे कीव पर हमला करना है। अगले 24 घंटे बहुत ज्यादा अहम हो जाते हैं। पहली तस्वीर कीव पर हमले की, दूसरी तस्वीर रूस के उस घातक हमले की। इमारतों में भी आग लगी हुई है, घर, बिल्डिंगें, दफ्तर जो हैं वो धधक रहे हैं, क्योंकि रिहायशी इलाकों पर ही बमबाजी जो है वो की जा रही है। रूसी विमान को गिराने का दावा जो है वो भी किया गया है। S-300 से कहा जा रहा है कि कई सारे उनके विमान गिरा दिए। लगातार हम अटैक भी कर रहे हैं।
Look at the Z. There's the Z right there. You got Z's on all sides of every single one of their tanks, and these are IR reflective Z's. Wow, look at that. Would you look at that? Some of these tanks look old. That tank looked pretty damn old. That looked like almost like Soviet hardware. And transition. Yeah, to be more accurate, they're light armored vehicles, not tanks. But when I first saw the video, it was halfway down the road, so I preemptively. So somebody says more inbound from the grocery store. Why do you guys keep calling it the piss tree? Were they on camera taking pisses at this tree? Were they caught urinating on a tree? Is that why we're calling this the piss tree? We have counted a bare minimum 300 tanks /armor/tracked
यूक्रेन की फौज जो है वो विल पावर दिखा रही है, लेकिन सवाल ये है कि ये विल पावर कितनी देर तक, कब तक, और क्या अगर नया साजो सामान नहीं आता है तो वो उनसे लड़ने में सक्षम होंगे तो कब तक होंगे, ये भी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है यहाँ पर। तो कई खास मेहमान हमारे साथ लगातार बने हुए हैं, उनके पास भी हम जाएंगे, लेकिन ये 4 तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। हमारे साथ एक और रक्षा विशेषज्ञ यहाँ पर जुड़े हैं, उनके पास भी हम जाएंगे। संजय सर जुड़े हैं, मेजर जनरल रिटायर्ड संजय मिशन सर हैं। संजय सर, ये स्थिति जो है, जो बार बार हम कह रहे हैं कि यूक्रेन रिटेलिएट कर रहा है, यूक्रेन विल पावर भी दिखा रहा है। ये भी कहा जाता है कि देखिए, जंग जो है वो हथियारों के साथ साथ विल पावर से होती है। नेतृत्व की क्षमता जो है, क्या वो विल पावर दिखा रही है? ये सब कुछ है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ जब प्रैक्टिकली देखते हैं तो रूस और यूक्रेन में एक बड़ा अंतर नजर आता है। क्या अगले 24 घंटे बहुत ज्यादा अहम है? आपका एनालिसिस क्या है इस पर?
बिल्कुल आपने सही बोला है। अगले 24 घंटे बहुत अहमियत वाले हैं और अभी जो सिचुएशन है बहुत ही गंभीर है। मैं उसको बोलूंगा आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल होती जा रही है और रशियन फोर्सेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। कीव को तकरीबन हर जगह से घेर लिया है और ये जो एनोटोव एयरफील्ड थी तकरीबन 30 किलोमीटर वेस्ट, वहाँ पर एक असॉल्ट हुआ है उसकी एयरपोर्ट पे, वहाँ पर रशियन ट्रुप्स लैंड कर गए थे। तो अभी और मेरे को लगता है जो ईस्ट से और नॉर्थ से जो ट्रुप्स आ रहे हैं वो लिंक अप करेंगे। अब सवाल उठता है कि सेना कितनी है यूक्रेन की इस इलाके में। ऑब्वियसली थोड़ी कम होगी क्योंकि देखिए उनका मेन मुद्दा होगा बॉर्डर्स को डिफेंड करना और सेना, जैसे आप दिल्ली का एग्जांपल लिए, बहुत कम सेना रहती है, सब बॉर्डर की तरफ जाती है। तो इसी प्रकार और बाकी शहरों की तरफ और बाकी बॉर्डर्स में भी सेना होगी। तो जो ईस्टर्न एरियाज में थी वो सेना शायद फॉल बैक होके थोड़ी क्लोज आ गई होगी। तो अभी सवाल ये उठता है, इनकी घेराबंदी तकरीबन हो चुकी है। अब
संजय सर माफ कीजिए, आपको रोकूंगा मैं। एक बड़ी खबर आ रही है, कीव की घेराबंदी जो है वो तेज हो गई है। लगातार रूसी सेना जो है वो आगे कदम बढ़ा रही है। ये बड़ी खबर, बड़ी अपडेट पूर्व और उत्तर से। कीव की लगातार रूस घेराबंदी कर रहा है। हालांकि खबर ये भी है कि लगातार सुबह से कीव पर मिसाइल अटैक हो रहे हैं और इस बार जैसा कि हम आपको जानकारियां पहले भी दे रहे थे कि इंटेंसिटी जो है वो कल के मुकाबले कहीं ज्यादा है। इन तमाम हमलों के डर से बंकर, मेट्रो स्टेशनों में लोग जो हैं वो छिपे हुए हैं। कीव की इमारतें तबाह हो गई हैं, वहां से धुएं निकल रहे हैं। और ये राजधानी की हम बात कर रहे हैं, राजधानी में अच्छी खासी आबादी वहां पर है और ऐसे में जब कीव की घेराबंदी हो रही है, रिहायशी इलाकों पर टारगेट किया जा रहा है, तो यूक्रेन के लोगों के साथ साथ वो तमाम भारतीय जो वहां हैं उनको लेकर भी हमारी चिंताएं लगातार बढ़ रही हैं। क्योंकि जानकारी के मुताबिक बताया जा रहा है कि 16,000 भारतीय हैं जो वहां पर मौजूद हैं। उनमें से ज्यादातर भारतीय अभी ऐसे हैं जो फंसे हुए हैं। हालांकि भारत सरकार बार बार ये कह रही है कि जल्द से जल्द उन्हें वहां से हम रेस्क्यू करा लेंगे, हमारे विशेष विमान जो हैं वो वहां से भेजे जाएंगे। लेकिन ये खबरें डराने वाली। तो जैसा कि हम आपको बार बार बता रहे हैं कि लगातार दूसरे दिन भी रूस गोले बरसा रहा है। इन सब के बीच यूक्रेन की राजधानी कीव और तमाम शहरों में हड़कंप मचा हुआ है। बड़ी संख्या में लोग ऐसे हैं जो वहां डरे हैं, पड़ोसी मुल्कों में जाकर वो पलायन कर रहे हैं। ये तस्वीर जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं ग्राफिक जरिए, इससे समझने की कोशिश कीजिए कि कौन कौन से इलाके हैं जहां पर यूक्रेन से लोग निकलकर पलायन कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि यूएन कह रहा है कि तकरीबन 10 लाख लोग ऐसे हैं जो विस्थापित हो गए। इधर पोलैंड के राजदूत की तरफ से भी एक बहुत अहम बयान सामने आए। ये बयान हम आपको ब्रेक के उस पार दिखाएंगे, आप देखते रहिए।
कैप्सूल में है ऑयल बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी जो स्ट्रेस इंड्यूसिंग केमिकल्स घटाता है और इम्यूनिटी बढ़ाकर रोगों से बचने में सहायता करता है। स्ट्रेस फ्री बनो, हेल्दी रहो।
बिग बीएनएस प्रस्तुत करता है क्रिप्टो।
Likely Ukrainian conscripts, okay? Sorry, not Ukrainian conscripts, but Eastern Ukrainian conscripts.
चुनावों को लोकतंत्र का उत्सव कहा जाता है। हर उत्सव के साथ जुड़ी होती है जिम्मेदारी, सही चुनने की जिम्मेदारी। जहां आप इस सबसे बड़े उत्सव को आज तक के साथ मनाने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम भी तैयार अपनी भूमिका निभाने के लिए। मैं अंजना ओम कश्यप, तीखे सवाल पूछना मेरी पहचान है और जवाब मांगना मेरा हक। हम आज तक वाले हैं, हमारे सवालों की जद में सिर्फ वही नहीं होंगे जो आपका दोबारा समर्थन मांग रहे हैं, साथ ही वो भी होंगे जो खुद को बेहतर विकल्प बता रहे हैं। हम आज तक वाले हैं और हम बस एक चैनल ही नहीं, सच की वो शमशीर है जो हर झूठ
Yes, guys, we know we know that they are APCs, not tanks. Yeah, these are armored personnel carriers. Somebody had mentioned that they were specifically anti-air, at least some of the ones we saw, and they're all Soviet era, meaning it's older Russian hardware that they're sending in first. They're using the old stuff first because it's expendable, okay? And they have tons of it, all right? There was evidence of this weeks ago. We were looking at evidence of them pulling droves of Russian old Soviet APCs and tanks out of warehouses that they had been storing for years. And that was one of the large indicators that that they were serious about the invasion here in Ukraine, was that they were pulling all of these Soviet tanks out and moving them to the front lines. And you don't do that for drills. You do drills in your new hardware, not your old stuff. And so, yeah, that's definitely quite interesting. Somebody said, what? I never drilled in new vehicles. From all the footage I've seen out of Russia's, like most of their military drills and exercises that they've been doing, it's all newer hardware that they're showing off, at least in the videos. And so that's like kind of been the trend with the Russians, at least. Okay, is that a lot of the drills that they're doing and the exercise that they put on, at least the ones that are filmed, it's all with their newer hardware. Okay. And the fact that they pulled all this Soviet hardware out of these warehouses was a good indicator that this was going to unfold. And we're seeing that now. We're seeing, and for the past 2 days, I've been seeing nothing but old Soviet military hardware. By the way, that plume of smoke is still going up in the background there. Somebody says they show off stuff. Sorry, excuse me. They show off stuff, but how much hardware do they really have? The Russians have a serious amount of mechanized forces, and I think a lot of us in the West have a habit of underestimating the Russian military. Now, of course, yeah, we've seen that the Ukrainian military was definitely underestimated. They have so far put up a hell of a fight, and they're definitely slowing the Russian advance, or it could be that the Russians are just taking this one step at a time. As I said, like maybe they're taking more of a phased approach to this invasion. That's kind of what we're seeing here. They're obviously taking steps to. I mean, this could quite possibly be, as we were talking about earlier, signs of them building that pipeline we were talking about, because we've been seeing evidence of that all over in and around Ukraine, of them building these fuel pipelines to bring fuel to the front lines for their tanks, their APCs, their missile artillery, and other mechanized units. Staging support. Somebody says, yeah, I haven't seen one T-90. Me neither. I've not seen any T-90s. Actually, I think we saw a couple in Donetsk the other night. But guess what? They were on flatbread trucks. They weren't rolling on their own tracks. They were on like shiny semi-trucks with flatbeds, and they were rolling those through the streets of Donetsk. I think we saw a couple T-90s on those cameras. Either that or it was a T-80. Yeah. Either that or there were T-80s. As I said, I'm not an expert on Russian military hardware, but they definitely looked like the newer tanks, not the old Soviet ones we've been seeing. Somebody says lower right has no location tag. Where is it? We're looking at a camera near Crimea right now. We've actually geolocated it. We have the coordinates and everything. We've actually reported these troop movements now, officially. And yeah, this is somewhere near Crimea, and we've just been kind of keeping an eye on it. We heard those air raid sirens a short time ago, and we all really thought that there was going to be some immediate bombardment coming in on Kiev, but luckily there was nothing, and so far everything has been sort of quiet. Apparently there's an ongoing fight on the outskirts of the city around Kiev. There was sporadic reports coming in that they possibly blew up a bridge in order to stop the Russian advance on the city. It could be that the Russians are maybe looking to get a bridge set up or something at this time. Somebody said T-90s suck. Russian crewmen have said that. Yeah, that's possible. Somebody says the smoke in the background on Cam 1 is most likely a storage facility, so they blew up some sort of storage facility. What was stored there? Does anybody know? And we're coming on 8 a.m. Sorry, in Kiev. Somebody says T-90s are just T-72s. Luke Gonzalez says, Turkey! All caps. Yeah, we've heard about Turkey. We've been keeping tabs on the Turkey situation. Somebody says their clock is early. No, it is in fact 8 a.m. Oh, I see, yeah. I see what you're saying. Oh, hey, so that's fuel truck. Or water truck, but it's most likely fuel. That looks like also possibly fuel, or is that fuel? That also could be water. I don't know. Some of those were fuel, some of those were water. Somebody tells me which ones were fuel and which ones were water. Notice the Z's on all of these guys. Look at this old Soviet ride. Look at that thing. Look how old this thing is. Wow. Somebody said 2 water, 1 fuel. Roger that. Or is that 2 water, 2 fuel? Yeah, so I actually looked this up earlier, and apparently the ruble is down so much, 1 Robux is worth more than a Russian ruble. Yeah, I was just talking to you guys about how they pulled all that Soviet hardware out of the warehouses. That's the Soviet hardware right there. That stuff is definitely old. Z is for Russia, or Z is Russia? Yeah, Z is Russia. Okay, so for people that are wondering what the Z means, it is, okay, so what you're seeing that Z on all of it'll be on everything. It's on their tanks, it's on their APCs, it's on everything that has wheels or tracks, okay? And that Z is basically infrared, it's infrared reflective paint or a tape, some kind of markings. We're not sure exactly if they're using tape or paint, but it's on all sides of the vehicle, including top, back, and sides for basically friendly Russian aircraft, so they can spot friendlies on the ground, okay? And also, I think it also has to do with the location. We've heard that it has to do with what side of Ukraine they're invading from. So the Z is for the Ukrainian, for the Russians that are invading from the eastern Ukrainian side of the country, and also the ones that are invading from the Crimean region, from what we've deduced. And then an O is indicating that they're coming down from the north, I believe. Yeah, they are Z, V, and O. Yeah, Z, V, and O are the unit indicators. Bonza said the U.S. also has old hardware. Yeah, wouldn't it be something else if we got into a some kind of regional conflict, and the United States starts pulling out old World War II or old Vietnam hardware? So he said F-14s could make a comeback? Yes. Yeah, somebody said in the A-10. Yeah, actually, if there was one piece of lethal hardware we should have given to the Ukrainians, it's a fleet of A-10s. If the Ukrainians had a fleet of A-10s right now, guys, the Russians would be running for the hills, I'm telling you. GFL Lane says 100% they would be so fucked if they had A-10s over there. I totally agree. Mary says A-10 is most underrated plane still in use. It is literally a flying tank, yeah. Not just the A-10's capabilities, guys, but the fear that an A-10 instills into the enemy is worth 1,000 of its cannons. Yeah, the U.S. could supply just one A-10 to the Ghost of Kiev, and this war would be over. Yeah, somebody's saying A-10 is a close air support asset, not a dogfighting asset. Yeah, I know, but come on, A-10! Somebody in the chat said the Ghost of Kiev is a Russian, or sorry, that the Ghost of Kiev is a it was a hoax. That guy is definitely a Russian troll. There's no way that guy is not a Russian operative, 100%. I mean, it doesn't matter if the A-10 isn't a fighter aircraft. Just the morale boost it would have to the Ukrainian military and the fear it would instill in the advancing Russian forces coming into Kiev. They would turn around and just run right back to the Kremlin. Somebody's asking, are you being careful not to provide Russia with the position of Ukrainian forces? So far, we have not given away the position of any Ukrainian forces. And to be honest, we haven't really seen that many Ukrainian forces. The Ukrainian forces, I feel they know where these CCTV cameras are, and they've been avoiding them with a 9.5-foot pole. Okay, we haven't hardly seen any evidence of Ukrainian movements, even on foot. In and around Ukraine. It's like the Ukrainian military on these cameras doesn't even exist. They're there, they just don't want to be seen. Somebody's asking where's the bottom right camera that's in Crimea. We've been monitoring some Russian troop movements in the area today. They got a whole bunch of troops lined up along this railroad here. And we've been keeping eyes on them, keeping tabs on them over the course of the morning. Let's go check back in on our other cam here out of Kiev. Everything's still silent in Kiev, guys. Not too much in the way of traffic. Not a lot of people running around right now. Actually, now that I say that, there is quite a bit of traffic on this highway here, and it could be people looking to get out of Kiev, perhaps. I'll show that to you guys here. Actually, no, we're good. Just keep that there. Somebody said, how sure are we that some of the troops we've seen were camouflaged Ukrainians? Because all of the Russian troops have either the Z's on their vehicle, or on their uniforms, they have these orange and black stripes. It's like tape that they put all over their uniforms, and it's reflective. It's reflective. It's IR reflective tape, and it's orange and black. And we've seen it. We were watching troop movements last night on a camera, and I believe it was Kharkiv. And at first we were kind of skeptical about putting it on the stream. We were hesitant about putting it on the stream because we were worried it might be Ukrainian troops. But then immediately I saw it was like every fourth troop was covered head to toe in the IR reflective tape. When they put it on like the sides of their pants, they put it in like a shape of a Z. Like it's like you took like a tape roll and took off, like a foot section and put it like on your pant leg in like a shape of a Z, and they have it like all over. It's honestly ridiculous. You're just painting yourself as a target to anybody with a night vision system. So guys, I'm going to take a quick break for a little while, and I think about a 5-10 minute break here, and when we get back, we're going to go through basically all the updates that are coming in right now. We're going to take a look at what's going on in the battle on the outskirts of Kiev. We're going to take a look at some of the other updates that have come in out of Odessa and some of the other areas of Ukraine, and we might also take a quick look at the airspace, what's going on there. Since this all really kind of took off, we've been, not really keeping an eye on the airspace. So it might be interesting to take a look at some of the U.S. aircraft in and around the bordering countries to see if there's any activity there. For anybody tuning in on Twitch and YouTube, thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. Nice to see all of you guys are joining us. If you guys are looking for any of the links to our sources, you can find them in the description below the stream, at least on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you'll have to hop over to YouTube to get those, or go onto our Discord. There's also a link in that description on YouTube for our Discord server if you guys are interested in joining that. That's where we share all of this intelligence. That's where people are feeding us reports from. We've got channels set up in there from doing everything from intercepting radio communications and translating them to people looking at flights and tracking flight radar. We have people in there doing speculation on what we could be seeing. We have people in there sharing videos and stuff, and live cams, and monitoring the live cams. All sorts of activities are underway over there in the Discord if you guys would be interested in checking that out. For everybody watching, once again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We are actually hearing some explosions here near Kiev, so I'm gonna go radio silent here and let you guys listen into that. Yeah, guys, that actually might be Ukrainians. I don't see the Z. There's no Z on those. This could be fake. This definitely could be fake. I saw this and I thought I should put it on stream really quick. Because I didn't see any of these movements. We've been keeping an eye on this camera all night. We didn't see anything like this. Somebody messaged me and said we definitely missed this. I don't think this was this morning. I think it is fake. I think a lot of you say it's fake. Well, we'll put it on the back burner, and maybe we'll hear more on that later. Somebody asked if we can get a St. Javelin server emoji. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make a shot shrapnel server emoji, a St. Javelin server emoji, and a KGB pigeon server emoji, and a Kiev Ghost server emoji. Somebody said anything not fitting the narrative here is fake. No, the only reason I think that might be fake is because we've been monitoring that camera all night, and those don't really look like Russian armor. That looked more like something the Ukrainians might have, and there was no Z or identifying markers on them. And as I said again, we've been watching this camera all night live right here. And somebody mentioned that there's still an IR filter, like a nighttime filter on this camera that wasn't on that other footage. Hearing some booms now, so we'll keep an eye on that. That is confirmed. I just got 2 confirmed sources that show that military convoy was yesterday, but we'll get back to that in a second. We're hearing these air raid sirens over the capital here. So we have somebody in the Discord that has messaged me, and they have been trying to, they got a hold of the number of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. He called, but they can't speak English, and so he has their number. He says maybe somebody could speak their language and report the Grad launchers. I believe we've had multiple people report the movements we've been seeing here today. So, but yeah, that number. If maybe you want to get that number out, we can. Yeah, we don't really want to tie up lines, though, too much in and around Ukraine. But, yeah, if we can get this intel to them somehow, that would be... It might be of some value to them. Chat says Railcam. Here's our Railcam again. I was trying to keep... We were kind of wanted to keep an eye on Kiev because that air raid siren just sounded. So he's saying, don't double dox them. Yeah, we're talking about the Russians. Yeah, we're not going to share the number though. Yeah, yeah, we won't share that number because we don't want to tie up their phone lines. But maybe if somebody wants to speak Ukrainian and call them and report some movements, maybe we can get that set up. But yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, I think some of the intel we've had, I mean, we've seen it firsthand. I don't know. Do you guys think they have? Do you guys think they have a bunch of Ukrainian military sitting on computers looking at all of these CCTV cameras right now? The number we're talking about is for the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. Yeah, so, somebody called it from our Discord, but they got through, but they couldn't speak Ukrainian. They tried for some time to kind of get the information to them over the phone, but they weren't getting anywhere because they couldn't speak Ukrainian. Zudi says, when was the last time you slept? I slept last night. Yeah, looks like we have some snow on one of our cams up there. Is that Kharkiv? Yeah, there's snowing over Kharkiv currently. Yeah, I mean, there's not just hundreds, there's probably thousands of CCTV cameras in Ukraine. I think to keep tabs on all of those, they would probably be using some kind of AI, some kind of computer software to scan CCTV cameras and perhaps look for true movements. But you guys got to realize these cameras come from a million different sources, and most of them are privately held cameras, not government-held cameras. So they would, yeah, they would have to probably be manually, if they weren't using some kind of software, they'd have to be manually. Oh, hey, there's something going on in Luhansk, except the camera changed now. I can't see what that was. Oh wait, yeah, it clearly looked like there was some soldiers or something there in Luhansk for a second. Somebody said not snow, radiation. Yeah, I hope not. So it looks like our camera here has gone down. We'll go ahead and refresh that for you. Okay, put that back up. Very interesting stuff. Yourself 4, thank you for that. Interesting tidbit there. That could definitely be a useful tool. Somebody says, looks like a missile launch or something a few minutes ago on the railroad cam when they were turning the trucks around. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, guys. So here, on our railroad cam, we missed it while I was off doing something else, whatever we were looking at there. But it seems to be that there was a missile launch here on our railroad cam. Some kind of missile launch there. Interesting stuff. Keep an eye on that area. Renee says, you mentioned the A-10. My husband works on them and they are always breaking. Well, that saddens me. Thank you for tuning in, Chloe. Thank you for watching along on the stream. To everybody that's tuning in, thank you guys so much for watching along here and choosing me for your source of news on the ongoing Ukrainian situation. I'm going to take a quick break here for just about 2 minutes and get something to drink, and I'll be right back. So we just heard that air raid siren. Sorry guys, quick update. I didn't even get to go out of the room. So earlier we heard those air raid sirens just a few moments ago. And so out of Kiev, Air Alert, People's Deputy Alona Shurkum reports that Russian aircraft will arrive in Kiev in 15 minutes. We don't panic, looking for shelter. So we'll have to keep an eye on the skies above Kiev. Another update here, if it's too important to walk away from. Those grads we saw are most likely firing from the dam, and that's what we saw in the sky was the grads firing from the dam over here. Somebody said they watched it on here. If somebody could get me a clip of that. If somebody could get me a clip of that, we'll take a look at that. This is a cam showing that hydroelectric dam over there. Same source as you guys can see here in the top right. Let's get it. Let's see if we can get somebody get me a clip of that, or at least a picture of that happening. Should I keep this camera up or go back to the railroad cam? Or do you guys want Kiev cam? Kiev cam, or railroad cam, or this cam? Somebody said rewind 3 minutes. Okay, we'll rewind 3 minutes. Sorry, it's a struggle. Okay, we've rewinded 3 minutes. We will watch for these grad missile launches. Oh wait, somebody said more vehicles on P7. Oh, yep, right here, guys. Look, there's more Russian hardware right there on cam P47. And look, it's moving. We'll get back to the grad launch. Oh, God dang it. We'll go back to that in a second. I want to look at the tanks here. Or are these more APCs or? Somebody said get rid of the St. Javelin pick and replace it with a stream. Nope, we're going to keep St. Javelin on screen for the Ukrainian people. Oh my God! Oh my God, you guys, we are being targeted by the tank at this time. It looked like they were about to turn the turret at us. Somebody said those are IFVs. Looks like BMPs, somebody said. 30mm cannons, BMPs. Okay, I'll full screen it for you guys. And enhance. You guys, we need to go back to those Kiev camps. I hear bombers. I know you guys are probably going to hate me for this, but guys, I swear to God I hear bombers. Alright, we'll keep an eye on it. I'll go back to that camp. You guys hear that sound? It sounds like planes. You guys, should we just go back to the Kiev cam and take a look at the skyline, or should we keep an eye on the tanks? All right. Well, we do have Kiev on like another 3 cameras on screen. I've got that. Boom was definitely in Kiev. Somebody said that sounded like a drone with props. I don't know, it was definitely an audible hum. Somebody said it's been 5 minutes since the 15-minute warning. Interesting. What is he doing over there? You guys see that soldier? Is he just changing positions? So yeah, Boom's out of Kiev, guys, coming in here. I'm going to switch over to that Kiev cam real quick. I think we see smoke. Yeah, there's smoke over there. Yeah, guys, this Maydon square cam, it has like a night cam filter, and it just hasn't clicked off yet for some reason. But yeah, I don't think we have a better. We don't have a better cam of that. Jeez, a lot of sounds of explosions can be heard right now. I don't think you guys can see it on your screen, but this column of tanks looks like it stretches for quite some while up this road. Are they scanning for targets? What are they doing? Can somebody tell me what the hell they're doing? Yeah, look at the gigantic Z's, you guys. There's Z's on everything. This Z is going to become historic, you guys. There's no way it's not. I mean... Uh-oh. We lost audio from another camera. Oh, there we go. We got it back. Oh, and it's gone. And it's back. So as you can see, guys, they have the Z's on literally all sides. They usually even have it on top. I saw it on the top of that other one. It's probably somewhere on the top of this one. One second, I'll go full screen. I'll go full screen on the cams really quick, just so you guys can, see the tanks. For people that don't know, the Z is a unit identification marker. So basically all the different forces that are moving into Ukraine, they're coming from different sides. So the ones that are coming out of the south have like an O on them. The ones that are coming out of the east have a Z on them. The ones that are coming out of the north, I think, have a V, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong about the order on those, but and then also there to help mark friendly Russian tanks. As a Russian pilot, you want to be able to see like friendly hardware on the ground, friendly tanks, friendly APCs, stuff like that. And so they have them all over. However, honestly, guys, I've never seen a conflict or invasion with this. Like, we didn't do this on our tanks in Iraq, did we? Did we paint gigantic unit markers on all of our tanks in Iraq? It could be because they're planning to I don't know if it's called. Is it called a pincer movement? Maybe. Basically, they're trying to move in on Ukraine from the north, the south, and and at the same time the east. The northern and southern units will move up to the middle of Ukraine, right, cutting off all the Ukrainian forces that are in the east so that they can't retreat, to help shore up defenses in western Ukraine. Okay. And so that could be why these identification markers are there, because eventually northern units and southern units and eastern units will kind of, contact in the middle of Ukraine. But honestly, you guys, I don't know why they painted all of their vehicles. Somebody, I'm trying to see here. Yeah, does anybody know if, like, have you guys ever seen any evidence of, during other invasions that have happened, of stuff like this, like painting infrared Zs on stuff? What is the point with the Zs? We still don't know the full story with the Zs, you guys. Somebody said the Germans did it in Africa in World War II. But the Americans used the targets as bullseyes. That's what the Ukrainians are doing. If I was a Ukrainian, I mean, think about how easy at nighttime on infrared imaging to see these tanks moving around. You got guys in the hills with javelins and some NVGs, and you're in business. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting movements out of the Russians here. Really quickly, guys, I gotta take this out of full screen. I gotta get our other audio back. Oh, another movement there. I saw like a truck there or something. Here, I gotta get this. So that's that audio there. Let's put that. Actually, wait, no. No, that's right. Church live. Okay, so now we should have audio coming from two different. We should have audio coming from the Maiden Square one as well. Get that back to live. Okay, so now we have, once again we have the two audio streams coming out of Kiev, so we'll be able to listen in for the bombing there. Now it's back to tanks. Somebody says I've only seen light armor in this convoy. Yeah, I think so far, I think you're right. Those look like APCs with, are these tow missiles? Are these some kind of like tow missiles or something there that we're seeing here? Can somebody confirm if these are tow missiles? Somebody said I'm not live. Oh, you're right, I'm not live. Watch, all the tanks are gone now. Oh no, there we go. We were just a second behind, it looks like. Somebody said yellow looks like a VDV. Russian don't use tows, they use Hornets maybe? Okay. You know what's interesting to me is that they were scanning for targets with the gun. That's interesting. With the cannon, they were scanning for targets when they were kind of going through this intersection, even though a bunch of their units had already gone through. Now I think what are these? No. Okay. What is happening? The CNN camera's getting a bunch of audio again. Let's check that out.
Wait. Keep inside.
In here. It must be.
How can I find it?
No, it's not this one. We're hearing that audio again. Where is that coming from?
Stop it for the driver as well, okay? Let's move down this way against the wall.
I need to check
I
need you to check the IFB.
It's okay, keep chill.
Where is this audio coming from? We've been getting like...
All right, well, that was a very dramatic outburst there. Gunfire at an enemy we didn't see. We assume it was
like
some
20
kind
seconds.
of threat that they felt from perhaps a counteroffensive. I've been told by Ukrainian officials there was a counteroffensive underway just before we got there. Remember, that airfield, that airbase is absolutely essential if Russian forces are going to establish a bridgehead to bring in more troops, more equipment to encircle the capital and potentially take the entire city of Kiev, take it over.
Yeah, I know it's a replay from the CNN, but I don't know where it's coming from. It's coming from one of our live feeds we have up on screen from you guys. Is like unmuted. I have like 50 live feeds up right now on my machine, and one of them is unmuted. I can't figure out which one, and I don't feel like sifting through them for 3 hours. But it only happens once every that happened like a couple hours ago or something. Just we heard that one 30-second snippet, and then for no reason. Wow, look how many troops they got packed on that. Jeez. Got a whole platoon of Russians on that thing. They just launched more missiles, they said, from the feed overlooking the water. Take a look at that. Actually, wait, it's over one. I think it's this one here. So you guys can see the smoke here. The smoke here is from those missile launches. Apparently, they're doing grad launches from this location. If somebody could clip that, PM me with it. I'll show it. I'll show it eventually on the stream tonight. Here's our friends at the railroad. Still, let's keep an eye on our column of Russian military hardware, though. Yeah, I'll go back to the multi-screen. So I had speculation that these trucks might actually be carrying more of the pipeline, the pieces for the pipeline we were talking about earlier. So they're trying to build basically a pipeline, a temporary pipeline to bring in fuel because they need fuel for all these tanks, okay? And they can't ship it on trucks. It's just too much. And so we've seen them shipping pieces of pipe. Like basically they have trucks like this packed to the brim in the back with pipe. And they're building a fuel pipeline along what we think is a railroad. It's either that or these are personnel carriers. These could be carrying troops in them. But we saw trucks just like this, identical trucks just like this, over the past few days. Multiple times we've seen trucks just like this carrying large portions of pipe, big loads of pipe and the supplies that they would need to build that pipeline. So he says, honestly, just probably ammunition supplies. Yep. But so we were speculating what they're doing along the railroad, and it could be that they are looking to build those pipelines to bring in fuel. That could be. That's very, very big possibility. Yeah, these could be carrying personnel. They could be carrying supplies and food and stuff like that. That's also a possibility. Somebody says you could fit up to 50 soldiers in a truck like this. Talking from experience, a very unfortunate one. Yeah, I don't doubt they could fit 50 Russian soldiers in there. Somebody said they're not building a pipeline, so dumb and easily fucked up. Actually, no, it's smarter than you think. Moving in fuel on trucks is a logistical nightmare, okay? Moving fuel down a pipeline, once it's built, is pretty easy. Look at the Army Corps of Engineers, all right? Like, look at our own military when they need to put in bridges or any type of infrastructure. They can do it very quickly. Same thing that the Russians are doing here. They simply pop pieces of pipe together and fix it to the railroad ties. That's why we suspected they're using the railroad, because there's already a flat, level mounting surface that's perfect for pipe to be laid, okay? It's either that or they could actually be prepping the railroads to even move in hardware, but I mean, we're seeing that right now. We're seeing them move hardware in, so that kind of wouldn't add up. Interesting, they have like the top covered with canvas on that. That's interesting. What an uncomfortable experience sitting on top of these personnel carriers all day would be. Somebody says, how long would that pipe need to be? Miles long, yeah. An extremely long distance. But yeah, that is if you guys look it up, they are actually building fuel pipelines. That is a real thing that the Russians have been doing. We've been over the past few days, we've watched the trucks floated with pipe coming in over the border. Maybe we could show those to you guys here shortly. If maybe somebody can track down those pictures and video, maybe we can look at those and maybe do a little bit more diving into that. Somebody said, imagine cutting off a tank while they're driving up the road. Yeah, that guy literally just cut that guy off. This guy's like, let me merge. Yeah, this is definitely the longest column of Russian hardware that we've seen. Somebody says, are these Russian or Ukrainian tanks? You can tell these are Russian by not only the identification markers on them, but their uniforms as well kind of give it away. I believe the Ukrainians are wearing multicam. Is that correct? Can anybody confirm that for me? Are the Ukrainians rocking multicam? Yeah, somebody says they are, in fact, rocking multicam. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, so you can kind of tell that you can tell that these are Russian troops because of, they're wearing, you know, the typical green, olive drab camis that the Russians wear. I think another indicator would be all of this old Soviet hardware. Look at this tank, you guys. Look at this tank, how old that is. Look at that. That thing is ancient. God, look at that thing. All of that is rolling into Ukraine. Yeah, it's not rocking. It's not rocking all the way to Kiev, but this stuff is definitely going into Ukraine. I'm not sure if this hardware is destined for Kiev or not, but. Look, this other guy has some camo on his. So he says, I don't think these are tanks, these are scouting vehicles. No, these are a mix of tanks, APCs, assorted personnel carriers, supply trucks we've seen. So he said they're probably rocking some Mosin Nagants in there. Yeah, maybe. Look at how each Russian tank is like a snowflake. Each one is unique in some way. Yeah, no anime girls on their tanks yet. Somebody said we haven't seen any anime girls on any of their tanks. Not yet, but each Russian tank is significantly different than the last Russian tank. This one looks like it has something mounted on the roof. That looks like some kind of radio communications hardware. If somebody could validate that. Yeah, that looks like some kind of communications hardware on there. If somebody could give me some deets on that. Yeah, that one went the other way, it looked like. Yes, they did take them out of the museum. I've been talking about this, guys, for weeks, is that we have been seeing evidence of them taking old Soviet hardware out of warehouses that they've had in storage since like the 80s, and they're bringing them to the front lines. It's because they want to use their old expendable hardware first, okay? They're sending old expendable hardware in with their most expendable troops, all right? Eastern Ukrainian rebel conscripts. We're talking young men that were in the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, and they were called up to fight. They were told if they didn't, they would be arrested and thrown in prison. And what you guys are seeing here, I would bet, is probably mostly those conscripts being sent in with shitty hardware, outdated hardware, and those are the first ones that are going to die. And we've had all sorts of reports that talk about what's going on there in Eastern Ukraine. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here. I got a bunch of pings coming in. Yep, full screen the convoy. Yeah, we have been. I guess I'll cut back over. Here's full screen there. Somebody says Russia's just poor as fuck. No, they have T-90s. They have a bunch of new hardware. Look at that. Is that a UIZ? Oh my god, you guys, look at that thing. Look at that. Look at this hardware they're using, you guys. My god. What are they thinking? Yeah, I really feel bad for these Russian soldiers, man. A lot of these guys are gonna probably die. It's unfortunate, you guys. A lot of these young men are probably going to fall victim in these tanks. St. Javelin has a mark on every single one of these tanks right now. It's that Z. St. Javelin put that Z there so that Ukrainian defense forces could more easily paint their targets. Or they won't need to paint their targets because they're already painted. Literally. Somebody says my great-grandma gave me one of those. That's pretty cool. they're moving slow because they're in a massive column and they're having to deal with civilian traffic. So somebody said war never changes. Yeah, in this case it doesn't. Let me tell you, that Volkswagen, man. It was either like a Volkswagen or like a UAZ. Is that what it's called? UAZ. Somebody said Zavalin. Yeah. Some nails in the road would have helped. Yeah, maybe. Look how they're tearing up the road here, guys. This is why when we're not in road time, you don't see tanks driving up and down highways. They've absolutely torn this highway to shreds just from driving over it here. Germans mocked old stuff too in 41. I bet they did, and I bet they paid for it, for sure. Just like these, I mean, the Russians are probably going to. Actually, yeah, I mean, right back to what I was saying. The Ukrainians, they have their javelins. This is older hardware, not as capable, and I have a good feeling that Ukrainian forces will be able to repel some of these armored attacks pretty well with their javelin systems. They better have gotten a lot of javelins, though, because this is a lot of hardware. And you guys, this is just one town. There's columns of hardware like this moving in from all sides of Ukraine, all right? This is probably one of probably hundreds of tank divisions, armored divisions moving into Ukraine. This is just a fraction of the tanks that they have moving into the country. The full number of tanks that is probably coming into the country is probably mind-boggling, in the thousands. Somebody's asking which town this is. This is near Crimea. Well, we're not exactly sure where. Right now, we're keeping an eye on the skies above Ukraine for a possible air raid. And while we're waiting for events in Kiev to kind of unfold, we're taking a look at this tank movement that we spotted on this highway here. Somebody says they're driving in a circle to fool you. Yeah. No, as I said earlier, each one of these Russian tanks is like a snowflake. Each one is unique in its own way. Somebody told me that there's tanks on the railroad cam now too. Let's go to the railroad cam, which is up the road from this cam, and we'll take a look at the tanks on that cam now. That's Chernobyl, you guys just saw. Here, let's go to live here. Any minute now. Any minute now. Oh, here we go. And here are our tank friends moving in. Should we watch them here, or should we go back to the, in fact, wait, we can bounce between them. Look, here they are here, up the road. Oh, let's go live on that. So here they are coming in. You guys can see how long the column is. In fact, we'll just watch it on this one. This is nice because it shows how long the line of tanks is really nicely. Yeah, I'll go back to that other one here in a second. Somebody said, according to my friend, they're getting bombed in Kiev, like, right now. Well, yeah, we've heard explosions coming out of there all morning, but we're keeping an eye on the situation in and around Kiev. And, I mean, look, there's people out walking around right now. It definitely is pretty quiet in the streets of Kiev. I don't think there's any question about that, but so far we have yet to see any air raid from the Russians. So we'll have to come back to that. Back to our tank friends here. Oh yeah, whoops, not on live. Sorry guys. A few seconds behind there. I'll go back to that. I'll go back to the intersection cam. Oh wow, look here. Finally, the civilian traffic. You guys, finally, this is the end of the line of tanks, the line of Russian military hardware here that we've seen today. And that's an interesting looking vehicle there. And that's it. So we'll go up to this one and we'll watch them coming through here. Somebody said, dang, that was like 20 minutes. Yeah, it's a lot of hardware, a lot of military hardware. Somebody says we don't get to sleep when war is on. Yeah, I've probably got as little sleep as I've had all year in the past couple of days. But I bet it's nothing compared to what the Ukrainians are going through.
So if you guys look off in the distance here on the railroad cam, we can see off in the distance a big column of smoke coming up off in the distance. That could probably be from where those grad launches were pointed to. As you can see, Russian forces are moving this way in the direction of the grad launchers. So the grad launchers, okay.
I've been talking about this, guys, all week, and earlier I was talking about it tonight. The Russians like to prepare the battlefield with a saturation of bombardment, okay? They could use, there's a million different systems that they could use to prep the battlefield, but their one that they are most fond of is grad launchers and like thermobarics, okay? the Grad launchers, it's basically a missile barrage, all right, and it just saturates the target, okay, and that's what they're doing here, okay. We saw the Grad launchers move in, okay. They fired from the dam, so they have a position farther up the road here, near the hydroelectric dam. So the Grad launchers fired from the dam to saturate whatever target they were aiming at, and now the tanks and soldiers are going to advance. I've been talking about this all week. If some of you in the chat have been tuning in, you guys will remember that I've been talking about this same strategy for the past 4 days straight. I probably sound like a broken record. And this is exactly what we're seeing happen right here. Somebody said, are Grad launchers unguided? Yes, I believe they are unguided, at least the ones that they are using. It's basically they just launch a massive barrage, like a volley, and it just entirely saturates a target. And it's basically the way that they prep the battlefield for them to then move in. Honestly, it's a pretty smart tactic. However, it's a bloody tactic, okay? And it's very messy, and it unfortunately it allows for a lot of civilian casualties and collateral damage because, as we said, yeah, it's messy. They're unguided. They point and shoot. Somebody said, nice targets here for St. Javelin. Yes, very true. They're all painted with a white IR reflective Z. I feel suspicious. I feel like this is kind of sus, the Z painted on all of the tanks. I still feel like it's kind of sus. Just, like they overdid it. You would think with it being the 21st century, we would have some kind of like... I mean, couldn't they just use IR beacons? Or, something like some kind of digital means of unit identification? It is pretty sus among us. Yeah, and somebody just said in the chat it probably has to do with the Ukrainians using Russian stuff too. Yeah, we touched on that earlier. That's the reason that that's the common idea is that basically they're there for unit identification and also to kind of show what side of Ukraine they're invading from. We talked a little bit about that earlier. And so like the forces in the north have a different symbol than the forces in the east and the forces that are moving in the south. And it also has to do with Russian aircraft looking for friendlies when they're doing airstrikes. But again, guys, right back to before, I don't... I think a lot of you said that the Germans did it in Africa, I believe. Somebody said that that this has been used. Symbols like this have been used in the past. I don't know. I think we talked about this a little bit ago. I was wondering maybe if in the Iraqi invasion, if our forces, if the U.S. forces, maybe used any unit identifying symbols on their hardware. Somebody says coalition forces use them in Iraq and Afghanistan. IR beacons emit light, and the IR reflective paint we're seeing here doesn't. So you could use like an IR spot or an IR laser to shine on them. Perhaps to identify the targets. Maybe, maybe using IR lasers. Actually, I don't think they would be doing that from aircraft, would they? Would IR lasers be like effective? You could like shine it on them, see if it reflects back, or is that not a thing? As I said, guys, I'm not an expert on military hardware at all, but I'm just kind of trying to piece things together here. Somebody says, why pay money to upgrade old hardware? Because it's a lot more expensive to build an entirely new tank than just to throw some new guns on an old tank. Somebody says there's been a Global Hawk flying over the Black Sea almost all night now. Yeah, we've been keeping tabs on that Global Hawk. He's just been chilling. He's chilling, keeping an eye on Russian naval movements. I think they're worried that they're going to launch like an amphibious assault, maybe, like on Odessa. I think that might be possible. IR lasers show up in NVG? Yeah, that's right. So if these were IR, how would you use these for unit identification? Like, because you'd have to illuminate them, wouldn't you, to get them to shine back? Yeah, the Global Hawk has been running missions for 3 months is kind of an exaggeration, because for 3 months it's been doing not daily missions. It's been doing, like, they sent one here and there, and with those flights were in and around the Baltic states, like Poland, Germany, and like Romania and stuff. It's only recently, this past week, that we saw them start to fly like really close to eastern Ukraine and start to do the patrol paths that we've seen. Okay, the drunken Pikachu patrol path, as we've called it, because it draws literally the shape of like Pikachu's head on the map, and just patrols that flight for 12 hours straight, and then goes home. Plume of black smoke on the railroad. Yep, we know that. We're watching it. We're watching it. We can see that plume of smoke. There was another plume of smoke in the background earlier that was huge on the left side of the screen. It was massive, and the Z doesn't matter to thermal. They would see him anyway. Yep. Oh, okay. So somebody speculated the Russians might be running thermals in their aircraft or something, and like pilots might be using thermals, maybe in like attack helicopters or something of that nature, or maybe the other tank crews could even be rocking thermals, and that maybe perhaps the Z, while warm, from like the tank engines or something, could be illuminated more, or maybe actually it would probably be cold, because the tanks themselves would be a warmer temperature, and the white paint might be slightly cooler, so you might see the Z. Again, we're just speculating here, but I really am curious about these unit markers that we've seen on these tanks now for weeks. They've come and they've stopped here. We see smoke pluming in the background from what we assume is their launches, their grad launches. We just saw them communicating there. Looks like they might be mobilizing again. It's hard to tell. Somebody says, how far is this train track cam from Kiev? This is pretty far. This is down in Crimea. It's down near Crimea, I should say. Somebody says I am not live on Railroad. Roger that. Now we are. Oh wow, look at the plumes of smoke out of those old Soviet tanks. They're burning oil. They're burning oil in there, guys. Somebody says no, just simple friend or foe identification. I don't know. I feel like there's a million other things they could have used on their tanks besides gigantic, bright, IR-illuminated Zs. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, I mean, it could just be unit identification. As we've said, that's what everything assumes it is. Which cam is the sound from? All the sound right now is from 2 Kiev cams we have. People saying Russians have entered Kiev. Yeah, we have gotten videos, but we saw a couple that were not. They were fake. Just to put it bluntly, they were filmed probably from a couple days ago, and it was Ukrainian forces moving through the city. So far, we haven't seen any signs of them. In fact, look, guys, people are still moving about Kiev. As business as usual. Jam. The Ukrainians have balls of steel. We saw people just like hanging out outside, smoking cigarettes, just chilling. There's shells going off all around them. They're like, okay, we're just smoking some cigarettes. It's nothing that they haven't been living through for 8 years, guys. They've literally been fighting this war for 8 years, since 2014. Once again, I should probably get a cam up on this, Here's Lviv. We'll go back and look at our troop movements, but I just wanted to get a look on this camera here. Just got audio. Hold on, let's go live. A look on this camera here. Just got audio. Hold on, let's go live. Alright, well, we're live there, and I got audio coming from that too now. It was muted. Smoke off in the distance here on this Kiev cam, guys. We're pretty sure. I think this is in the direction of the advancing Russian troops. Okay, our tanks have just finally all. Oh, actually, wait, no, that's right. They were holding positions here and here. Oh, they're moving again now. Okay, hold on. Let's get live here. They're probably moving. Oh, we are live. These guys are still waiting to move out, though. It's interesting. Well, all right. We'll keep an eye on our moving tank friends here. Yeah, sorry for the gum chewing, guys. I have literally been speaking all day, and so I needed something to keep my mouth functioning. Water just wasn't doing it. So he says, please check your mating square cam. Checking my mating square cam. Checking my mating square cam now. This one. Oh god, here it comes again, you guys. I don't know where it's coming from again. It is live. And volume.
Keep inside.
In here. How can I film it?
Yeah, it's the same CNN. I literally know. I'm looking right now, guys. I have no idea where it's coming from.
Let's move down this way against the wall.
Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, it's not on these either.
I need you to check IFB.
I literally do not know where this CNN clip is coming from, guys.
All right, well, that was a very dramatic outburst there. Gunfire at an enemy we didn't see. We assume it was, some kind of threat that they felt from perhaps a counteroffensive. I've been told by Ukrainian officials that there was a counteroffensive underway just before we got there. Remember, that airfield, that airbase is absolutely essential if Russian forces are going to establish a bridgehead to bring in more troops, more equipment to encircle the capital and potentially take the entire city of Kiev, take it over.
You guys are throwing at me here. I've tried. I think it's one of these cameras. I have like 50 tabs of cameras open, and they're all streaming. It's funny though because it only happens, guys, once every like an hour. We get that 30-second clip coming out of one of these cameras for some unknown reason. So this is the zone where the tanks are headed, somebody says. So this is apparently where the tanks are headed. Yeah, somebody said if this is happening once an hour, one of the cams could be looped. That is possible. However, I haven't seen any looped cams yet. I keep seeing this looped cam conspiracy going around, but I mean, I've been showing people timestamps and refreshing cameras right in front of you guys for days now, and all times have been consistent with the time we have in our lower hand Kiev clock, which is currently 9:28 a.m. Somebody said, which city are the tanks headed to? I actually can't speak or read Russian, so somebody else will have to sound off on that one. I believe it's Kherson, Kherson. Let's go back to the tank movements, though, so we can get a look on that. This is the dam over there, and here's the armor column moving again. So Klusa in the Discord said it is that what we saw in that truck earlier, it's listening for gunshots. So it's like a shot spotter? That's interesting. Klusa also said in the Discord, the temperature gradient is different from the paint to the temperature of the metal, so it sticks out in thermal vision. That could be. He said the device has microphones and picks up distance and directions for gunshots. The US has them too. Yeah, he said he knows this from military experience for the paint. Also, javelins aren't firing because of vapor trails easily seen. So yeah, he was talking about how some of their anti-tank systems on javelins the Russians could easily see vapor trails, so they would start firing cannons on the area where javelins fired from, kind of like seeing tracers firing. Okay, that's interesting. It's like tracer fire. Tanks could easily see trails and where they came from. Interesting. To everybody that's reached out and requested for the veteran role in Discord, we'll have tomorrow. We're going to kind of go through and we'll get ranks sorted out for everybody. So just stand by on that. Kitty with the update on the grocery store / pastry location that we were talking about earlier alongside the railroad. Thank you for that. To anybody, we had somebody PM saying that there was somebody in the Discord sharing Ukrainian troop movements. Yeah, we will wipe those up pretty quickly. Don't worry about that. We'll take care of it. Just trying to go through all of the messages you guys have sent me over the past couple hours here. Kremlin actually had an interesting point, and I think that was to the about these tanks and APCs and stuff that we're seeing here, is that they're trying to deplete Ukraine's defenses by making them waste things like javelins on targets that are not worth much. So when they bring in the main force, they won't have to worry about losses nearly as much. So that would go right back to the theory about them using rebel conscripts as the first to be sent in to Ukraine, to the front lines. So they're using shitty Soviet hardware, and they're sending young Ukrainian conscripts in first to mop up all the javelin, and then they will move in with their expensive hardware, for what Russia can build. send in the junk first. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm hearing something in Kiev. We're definitely hearing something out of Kiev. Definitely was hearing some noises here from the Kiev cams. I'm not seeing anything though. That sounded like maybe like a fighter of some kind. I can't really tell. Well, I'm hearing shots out of Kiev too. Somebody said I'm hearing the ghost of Kiev. Okay, guys, what we were just talking about, guess what? Patrick Lancaster, the Russian YouTuber, the Russian YouTuber out of Eastern Ukraine that we've been watching, the propagandist, he just came out with a video saying rebel MPs join Russia in the fight against Ukraine. I think he's speaking to... I think that's about the Ukrainian, the Eastern Ukrainian rebel fighters that were called up to fight. I think, yeah, Shot Shrapnel. If somebody wants to go watch Shot Shrapnel's video on that and maybe get, actually, I mean, we could watch it if you guys want to watch it, but I think we should keep an eye on what's going on here in Ukraine. It's up to you guys. Somebody said let's watch it. Nah, keep watching this. Let's keep an eye on this. Nah, watch this. Yeah, I think most people are saying that we should probably watch the cameras. Yeah, keep watching this. All right, we're going to watch this for a while longer, guys, and at some point we'll take a look at that video from Mr. Shot Shrapnel. To everybody over on Twitch right now, yeah, it's a Wild West, guys. We'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we're definitely hearing, we are hearing some wind, but I am hearing some, what sounds like explosions in the distance as well, perhaps, and maybe some shots, yeah. The YouTuber's name that we were talking about, his channel is called Patrick Lancaster. He's a he's an English speaker that lives on the ground in Eastern Ukraine, and he makes himself look like an independent journalist, but we're pretty sure he's directly backed by the Kremlin. Thank you, Sam Oliver. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks to everybody that's tuning in right now. Can you stop the static? Yeah. Unless you want to hear, if you don't want to hear anything, you can stop the static. The static is coming off this camera here, and See, now we just have one audio feed coming off of Kiev. If we want to really hear what's going on, especially off in the distance, we have to keep this feed open because this feed has the good audio. That definitely sounded like a plane of some kind. I'm leaving it on. I'm leaving it on, guys. We're leaving it on. Somebody says Lancaster has been documenting the truth for years. WTF. Yeah, it also sounded like a jet to me. People complaining about the static. Yeah, guys, the static. We're having to deal with it because we have to use this camera's audio. I'll turn it down just a little bit, so maybe it'll take the edge off. Somebody said Zelensky surrendered. I haven't seen any confirmed reports on that. I don't think he would surrender, honestly. I think he'll probably hold it out till the end. Somebody says, check Discord military trucks downtown. Yeah, that's probably the same footage we saw earlier. But if somebody maybe wants to send that to me. Okay, so that the website for monitoring radiation, guys, after we were looking at that earlier, this popped up on the map. So to whichever one of you guys did this, you know who you are. This is what we get for sharing our sources with you guys. You guys, there's no noise suppression that I can use right now to fix this garbage audio that we're getting from this stream. What you guys are hearing is like wind and noise, all right? It's all wind noise, and then the static is just kind of like a crosstalk happening on this camera, some kind of interference. More military tracks turning up at the tracks. More military tanks turning up at the tracks. We'll take a look at that here. I gotta find the camera though. Oh my God, you're right. There's a new column of farmer, and there's a dog. Hey, doggo. Jeez, they're moving more hardware in? Yeah, there's a pupper right there. A little Russian pupper. Or Ukrainian pupper. Somebody says, save the dog. Yeah. Look, he's right there. Oh, you guys can't see him. He's slightly off screen for you, but I can see him. Oh, and somebody's talking to him. Somebody's talking to this doggo. And then they walked away. But the doggo's following. It's interesting. Somebody says that dog speaks Russian and Ukrainian. Take the dog, leave the cannons. Somebody said Pupper is pro-separatist. I don't know. We don't know about that. Looked like he was running away. Spy dog. It could be a Ukrainian spy. That's possible. They could have cellular, they could be mounting the dogs with cameras that have cellular connections, and then teach them to root out the smell of Russian soldiers, and then, yeah, scout dog, yeah. "5G dogs." Yep. Pupper is the ghost, somebody says. Ghost of Kiev. Wouldn't that be a plot twist? Yeah, so this looks like a lot of... Oh, hey, and this is interesting. Some kind of vehicle with some lights on it coming to the front of the convoy, and it drove what looked like it was through around through the woods to get here. It looks like they're going to block off the flow of traffic here. Interesting. That vehicle had like an extended air intake, so they could go through like puddles and stuff. That's interesting. Somebody said black smoke rising from Kiev. I don't see anything on my screen. Well, actually, there's the one in the background. Yeah, we saw that off in the distance. Somebody says it's the woof of Crimea. Yeah, so JD says, answering Nemeco's question, the tri-antennas that you see on many of the tanks are used to triangulate the source of incoming fire. Yeah, so that goes with what Klusa on the Discord was saying as well. And he was also the one that was saying that the Zs on the tanks are probably for thermals, because the white paint has a slight temperature gradient against the metal. And so it will stand out on thermals, and I think it'll be slightly darker, either that or slightly brighter. Is that Patrick Lancaster? I'm just waiting for one of these trucks to back end the other one when one of them goes to stop. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's a Russian tank, I think. Is that a Soviet flag? You guys, that's a Soviet flag. You guys prepare to screenshot. Prepare your screenshot keys and prepare your screen recorders. Okay? Because in a second here, we have not one but two things of interest to record for these troop movements. We have what seems to be a ground-based radar and a Soviet flag on a tank. Get ready for this. I'm going full screen. We're going full screen for this, guys. I want you guys to get the full picture here on this one. We're going full screen. All right, guys. Just wait for this. You guys can't see it because I have a slightly expanded view here, but you'll see it in a second. Just get your fingers ready on the screenshot keys. Get your screen recorders ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it right here. Just wait. Just wait for it. Here it comes. Print screens at the ready. Print screens at the ready. Print screens at the ready. Steady. Steady, chat. Clipping is allowed, guys. Go ahead, get your screen grabs. Oh my God, the tank gave a big burst of smoke there. It sounds like I heard a shot actually, but that wasn't on this camera. Here's our Soviet tank. Please tell me that. Oh my God, please tell me that the flag is in view. There's the flag. It's a Soviet flag. It's a Soviet flag. There you go. There you go. And wait, here comes the ground-based radar. Or, wait, did they move? Wait, no, here it is. This is a ground-based radar right here. They had it up and spinning, but now it's down in the closed position, guys. See right there? That's a ground-based radar. And they had it up and it was spinning and stuff. It was doing stuff. It was more like a China flag. I'm pretty sure it was a Soviet flag, but yes, it might have been a Chinese flag. Either way, it's a Soviet flag, guys. Yeah, somebody said okay, it was USSR 100%. Yeah, that was a sight to see, actually. That did that look like a newer Russian tank, guys? was that me? Here's another ground-based radar. Oh my god, that guy is living. That guy's just living his life. Almost got hit by a truck on his moped. Yeah, it was definitely a Soviet flag. Here's another ground-based radar guys, and it's spinning. We're gonna get to see the spin. The radar spin. Somebody says it was a T-80. Oh, somebody says it's an... oh, yeah, that makes sense, because, look, there are launchers on it. That is a... Somebody said it's a ground-based anti-air system. He's dragging something there, friend. You're dragging something on the ground there, man. And, got some more trucks here. This truck is towing another truck. They didn't have enough drivers there. Oh, here it goes again. I got to do something about this. Got to figure out where this is coming from. Oh. I figured it out. Sorry. There was a tab hiding somewhere. Up, and here's the end of the convoy. Actually, no, I see another truck back there. Yeah, there's some more military trucks coming. This guy here was nice and let him in. Let all these poor civilians in, so they could get through. Can somebody tell me if these are fuel trucks or if these are water trucks? Because we've seen both. Yeah, I wasn't able to... Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. I could have probably used my volume mixer, huh? I didn't think of that. Fuel trucks. Everybody's saying fuel. Oh, yeah, I guess they... Did they have, like, yellow on them? Did I see some, like, yellow and red on them? Here's another truck towing a truck. Guess they didn't have enough drivers. Another truck towing a truck. Jeez, and I mean, just to think, guys, this is just one of the streams of Russian troops moving into Ukraine. Alright guys, while you watch this cam here, I'm going to switch back to the multicam. And we will just kind of watch these troop movements. I'm going to take just a quick break real quick to get something to eat and take a drink. I'll be right back. Except I got to get that other Kiev cam up. Where'd that go? You know what, we'll put up this cam on screen. Let's put that up there. And I just saw another military truck in Luhansk as well on that Luhansk cam down there. Get this on screen here as well. Oh, is that live? No, let's get it live for you guys. Make sure that cam is live. Jesus, this is a massive convoy of military. There's more, so they put that IR striping on them as well. They had like big stripes on that one I saw. We've been talking about the Z. It's basically unit identification, and there's a couple different reasons why they have them on there. Guys, actually, I was just informed that we just passed 20,000 subscribers. Wow, guys, that's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you guys so much for tuning in right now. And yeah, honestly, I'm speechless, guys. I don't even know what to say. A second ago, I was looking and we were at like 10,000, and just now somebody told me I was at 20,000 subscribers. That's insane. Literally, guys, just 4 days ago I was at 200 subs. So I'm glad that all of you guys have come to tune in and watch this very unfortunate set of events take place here. I know, yeah, it's not a good occasion, but you know, I am still kind of proud of what we've been able to accomplish here. Somebody said better coverage than CNN. Yeah, I'd like to think so. At least here, guys, I mean, if you think about it here, you guys are getting all sides of the story. You're not just getting CNN. You're getting news from every source. We've probably used every news agency on the web. We've showed you guys articles from. We guys have showed you videos from every source. We get stuff from on the ground. We've got people tracking radar and aircraft and marine movements in the Black Sea, like naval movements. We've been having people intercepting radio communications and running translations. It's been amazing what we've been able to do. Honestly, it really is. I would like to say we're probably the largest open source intelligence gathering operation on all of YouTube at this point. I'd like to say that. Yeah, guys, if you do have pictures of the tank with the Soviet flag, or video of that, we should definitely send that to me on the Discord, and we should post that up actually. We should show some pictures to the internet of that picture of that of the Soviet flag. We've been talking about this narrative, or sorry, this ideological goal of Putin. You know what I mean? To return Russia to like not only the Russian Empire but the glory of the Soviet Union. And what do we see is Soviet flags on T-80 tanks. If it doesn't get, if there's not, if the proof isn't in the pudding there, then I don't know, what is. Discord link is down in the description below the YouTube channel. Sorry guys, I'm having a hard time talking. I've been talking literally all day. My mouth is like sandpaper. I'm gonna go take that drink now, and I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Thank you so much. So guys, the camera you have I just put up on screen here on the bottom right, the tanks and stuff, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, are heading towards this city. Is that right? Is that right, guys? Is it this city that they're heading towards? Look at the size of this line, you guys. This is a picture of that tank with the Soviet flag we saw going in this column of armor earlier as it was going down the road.
Мета цієї атаки – тиск. Тиск на вас, громадяни України, тиск на все наше суспільство. Я наголошую, не просто на владу, на всіх українців. І сьогодні ще більше, ніж вчора. Наші хлопці і дівчата, усі захисники України, не дали ворогу реалізувати оперативний замисел вторгнення у перший день. Українці демонструють справжній героїзм. У більшості напрямків ворога зупинили, йдуть бої. Тому атака Росії продовжується із розрахунку, що наші сили будуть втомлені. Але ми не втомлені. Сили протиповітряної оборони України захищають наше небо, наше українське небо настільки, наскільки це можливо. Авіація ворога підло діє над жилими кварталами і в тому числі в столиці. Жахливі вибухи у вранішньому небі над Києвом, бомбардування, влучення у житловий будинок, пожежі. Все це нагадує перший такий же напад на нашу столицю, який відбувся у 1941 році. Цим ранком ми захищаємо нашу державу наодинці. Як і вчора, найпотужніші сили світу спостерігають здалеку. Чи переконали Росію вчорашні санкції? Ми чуємо у своєму небі і бачимо на своїй землі, що цього недостатньо. Чужі війська все ще намагаються активізуватись на нашій території. Тільки солідарність, тільки рішучість українців здатна зберегти нашу свободу і захистити державу. Армія, прикордонники, Національна гвардія, поліція, розвідка, сили територіальної оборони – усі виконують свої завдання по максимуму. Дуже важливо, щоб сьогодні наші громадяни, всі наші люди продемонстрували також максимальну витримку і взаємопідтримку. Піклуйтесь про своїх рідних, про своїх близьких, але не забувайте також про людей, які поруч з вами. Тих, хто самотній, хто старшого віку. Допомагайте їм, допомагайте з продуктами, допомагайте знайти укриття, коли діє повітряна тривога. Допомагайте з доступом до перевіреної офіційної інформації. Зупиняйте ворога всюди, де ви бачите. Доля України залежить тільки від нас, від українців. Ніхто інший, окрім нас, не буде керувати нашим життям. Ми на своїй землі, за нами правда, знищити наш характер не вийде. Ракети «Калібр» безпорадні проти нашої свободи. Росії все одно доведеться рано чи пізно говорити з нами, говорити про те, як закінчити бойові дії і зупинити це вторгнення. Чим швидше розмова почнеться, тим меншими будут втраты самой России. Уважаемые граждане Российской Федерации, как я уже и сказал, сегодня ночью начали бомбить жилые кварталы города-героя Киев. Это все напоминает 1941 год. Всем гражданам Российской Федерации, которые выходят на протест, хочу сказать, мы вас видим. Это значит, что вы нас услышали. Это значит, вы нам начинаете верить. Боритесь за нас, боритесь против війни. Шановні громадяни України, захищаємось, не зупиняємось. Слава вам, слава нашій армії, слава Україні.
So what you guys just heard there was an emergency address from Ukrainian President Zelensky, and it was pretty stark. Did he say they were going to bomb tonight? He said that the Russians are planning to bomb Kiev tonight. Is that what he said earlier in the speech? I'm not sure. If somebody else was watching, maybe they could tell me. I think he said something about them bombing Kiev. Yeah, we know that there's been. I know that they've already been bombed, but I thought he said maybe something that they were going to again. Yeah, I heard the part about them bombing the residential areas. Yeah, I saw that. I saw him speaking to the citizens of Russia to stand up against this, and Yeah, that's smart. That's smart. He's trying to get his own citizens to put pressure on Putin, and that's a smart tool at his to use at his disposal. The Russian people against Putin. So for those of you guys watching right now, just so you know, we've been watching this column of tanks, Russian military hardware, APCs, tanks, radar systems, water trucks, fuel trucks, tons of stuff coming through here, troops, just an absolute line of Russian military hardware here. Sorry guys, I'm at a loss of words for what we're kind of seeing here. And they're moving, so the city, the city you guys are looking at in the lower left, lower right corner on screen there, the tanks are moving towards this city. As I said, we've been watching this column of tanks for hours, just hundreds of vehicles. Are the tanks Russian? Yes, all of these are Russian. These are all Russian forces. You can see every single vehicle has a Z, a big white Z painted on it. Here's some more of them here. This camera is up the road from the big camera you guys are seeing. And here's some more forces stopped on the side of the road, just chilling. Yeah, as we talked about earlier, we witnessed grad fire. So basically, missile artillery launching. So there's a dam and a bridge up the road from them, and we saw them firing that artillery in the direction of what I'm assuming is that city, or possibly in the direction of maybe another target that's up the road further from them. And we were watching plumes of smoke coming up on the big camera that's on screen to the left. We were watching plumes of smoke coming up on the horizon earlier today. And so, yeah, from what our intel analysts in the Discord have gathered, is that this company of Russian troops and mechanized forces are moving towards that city. I'll bring that up for you again now. Here, Kherson, I believe it's called Kherson. I'm sorry, I'm really bad with the pronunciations on some of these cities, but that's what you're seeing. That's what we're seeing here. Now the audio popping is the wind. We're getting wind on some of these cameras, so just bear with that, guys, because we're listening in for sounds of explosions or air raid sirens or aircraft. Somebody said Russian forces are 10 kilometers out of Kiev currently, so we'll have to keep an eye on the Kiev cams. Everybody in the chat and on the Discord, keep an eye on the Kiev cams when conflict gets close to Kiev and we can start really seeing stuff on the cameras. We'll get those angles up for you guys. Yeah, and also, if some people would be listening to the... we are listening right now to some of the Kiev cams. But if other people would be listening in, just maybe on your own, and alert us of any... Yeah, so, yeah, just to be clear, they are technically on the outskirts of Kiev. They're near the airport, and a couple other locations to the north of Kiev on the outskirts of town. Troops are not currently in Kiev, no. They are fighting on the outskirts of Kiev. Somebody said that Reuters Kiev cam is down. Okay, well, and then somebody said no, they're not. Well, we'll take a look at it. I'll be right back, guys. Just grab another drink here. Okay, this is interesting. So now we're seeing some of these forces moving. They're turning around. Fuel going in the back, some people are saying. Supplies at the back. Oh, okay. Maybe. That could be. Yeah, my guess is there could be a bridge out maybe ahead, or maybe they're needing to turn the convoy around and take another route, or as somebody said, maybe they're moving fuel and supply trucks to the back of the convoy, which could be. Yeah, we're now seeing what seems to be consistently supply vehicles moving towards the back of the convoy. If we see also some of the tanks and APCs moving back there, then yeah, that'll disprove that theory. But I think the theory of them moving the supply trucks to the back is what we're seeing here. Because so far I'm not seeing any, somebody says this is a logistics nightmare. Yeah, it is. Can you imagine? Oh, guys, if you look closely, see some of them have that tape, the reflective tape that I was talking about earlier. Doesn't look like they're carrying weapons. These maybe they're carrying a sidearm, but I can't tell. Yeah, I'm not seeing a rifle. Maybe that guy had like an SMG. Somebody said this is better than cable TV. I agree. Yeah, guys, so I think the theory here is that they're moving supply and fuel vehicles to the back of the convoy to reduce losses. Also, you usually want to have your fuel and stuff at the back anyway, at like a fallback point. I don't think they'd bring their fuel right into the conflict with them. That would be dumb. Somebody's saying Kiev is offline. Yeah, yeah, I'll take a look. But I'm really interested in these troop movements here, guys. He has a stick. Alright, we'll take a look at the Kiev cams. I got a Kiev cam here, up and operational. This Kiev cam here is still moving. That's still good. So yeah, Kiev cams are good. We'll keep an eye on them. Yeah, we'll go back to the multicam, but right now I'm taking a look at these troop movements here, guys. Yeah, nothing is happening in Kiev, guys. It's outside. Yeah, no. What we're seeing here on screen, guys, is a column of. Okay, guys. Yeah. See, look, the fuel trucks are going to the back of the convoy. They're moving fuel and supply trucks to the back of the convoy, guys. That's what they're doing here. Sorry. Yeah. What we're seeing here on screen is a Russian, basically, a convoy of Russian tanks, APCs, supply trucks, fuel trucks, ground radar. We've seen all sorts of stuff. We've been watching this convoy for hours moving up this highway. And yes, this is down near Crimea. They are heading to the city that you guys see in the lower right. It's Kreosan. I can't really pronounce it, but they're currently outside of the city, a considerable distance away, I believe. And they're currently moving in the direction of this city. Yeah, I know. So there's heavy fighting outside of Kiev. I don't think we have any cameras on that at this time, but as soon as we do, we will get them up on screen for you guys. So as I said, guys, here they're trying to get all of their supply trucks and fuel trucks, I believe, at the back of their convoy right now. I believe that's what's going on and what we're witnessing here. So really quickly, I'm going to take a look at that Kiev cam here. Just taking a look for any signs of anything. People were saying they saw some stuff. Yeah, the center cam is a really good cam. In fact, let me just pull that up for you guys here so you can really see what they're doing. Where is that? Here we go. That's the other ones there. Here, you know what? Actually, yeah, I'll just bring it up on there. Let's refresh it though to make sure that's live. Here you guys can see here the convoy of Russian hardware here and troops. So yeah, it does look like they might be diverting some forces here. I don't know. This is hard to tell what they're doing here. Actually, I mean, I see more supply trucks moving up. Okay, he's looking to turn in here. Guys, notice the Z's here. Guys, notice the Z's. I'll let my chat answer to what the Z's are for, so I don't have to keep repeating myself like a broken record. This cam is live right now, guys. All these cams we're showing you are live right now at this very second. This is what's happening on the ground. We've been watching these cams along this highway. We have 4 different cams on this highway right now. We've been watching these movements literally for hours now. So it does look like they are moving some APCs as well as the supply trucks. So the sirens you guys are hearing are coming out of Kiev. If you guys think we should turn back there, we can. Everybody that's keeping an eye on the Kiev cams, let me know as soon as you can see something on the cameras. Tell me, and we'll go and look at those. Okay. Right now, though, we're just focusing on this. If you guys, we're going to keep an eye on this convoy of Russian assets here. Some people saying, you know, like, show Kiev. There's nothing yet on the Kiev cams, and we have Russian movements here, and so we want to kind of watch that and see what they're doing. But yeah, as soon as there is anything happening on the Kiev cams, we will throw those up on screen for you guys. This convoy is near Crimea. It's heading towards a city that we also have up on camera. There's a camera crew, we believe it's a camera crew up on a building in the city of Kherson, I think it's called, Kherson, something like that. And so we've been watching that, and they're basically waiting for this Russian force to get to the city. Yeah, we'll go back to the multicam here. I just wanted to show you guys that convoy on full screen so you can see just the sheer size of that. We'll go back over here and put this back up on screen, and we'll go and take a look. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, so the Reuters cam this Reuters cam went down. I have another camera though. We'll keep an eye on that camera. Yeah, here's our other Ukraine cam here. Go over here to the so this city, this camera here that you guys see on the right side, this is where these tanks and all of this Russian hardware is heading to.
पहली बार सामने आया यूक्रेनी
To everybody tuning in right now, thank you guys so much for watching along here. We're currently looking at this convoy of trucks that we've been following for a couple hours now. It's miles long. It's not just trucks, it's tanks. Up the road, there's tanks, there's rocket artillery, APCs, anti-aircraft, there's ground-based radar. They have everything. And it's heading to the city you guys see on the lower right. Kherson? I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, it's heading that way, so we have a camera up there for you guys at the moment. For everybody that keeps saying Russian troops in Kiev, they are on the outskirts of Kiev, okay? Technically in Kiev, yeah, but it's on the outskirts. We don't even have any cameras of what's going on there. Yes, it's a huge force, says Hank the Tank. Yes, we've been watching these trucks, as I said, for hours along this stretch of highway. We have 4 different cameras on this highway. And we've been watching their activities now for a few hours. We've been reporting their movements to the Ukrainians as we can. What are they said? Somebody said, "What are they going to do with this equipment when they capture Ukraine?" It'll probably all stay in Ukraine so that they can hold the territory. That's just speculation on my part. Russian military is moving towards the center of Kiev from the direction of Obolon, according to Ukraine's defense minister. Yeah, last time we heard they were 10 kilometers out from the city center. So we're still keeping an eye. And we're expecting aircraft bombardment. We're expecting aircraft bombardment in the next short while here, possibly in the next few hours. Maybe even sooner. It could happen at any time. We've been hearing air raid sirens in the Kiev cams literally all night. So we've been keeping an eye on that. Currently, you guys are seeing a camera near Crimea. And as I said, these military vehicles you guys are seeing here are moving towards the city of Kherson. Kherson is the pronunciation. Thank you for that, Erica C. Kherson. Yep, and on the tanks, so we were watching this convoy for a while, and we've been seeing multiple, not multiple, but we saw one of the tanks was a
Imami 7 oils in one palo ko बनाए अंदर से 20 times strong.
It had a Soviet flag, a communist flag, flying above it, so that was pretty interesting. We've also seen quite a bit. Somebody said incoming jets to Kiev.
हमले पर यूक्रेन के राष्ट्रपति ने बहुत बड़ा बयान दिया है और ये बयान बहुत अहम हो जाता है। उन्होंने कहा कि अगले 96 घंटों में रूस कीव पर कब्जा कर लेगा। ये बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है। उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए 96 घंटे में कीव पर कब्जा कर लेगा। रूसी सेना की पहली टुकड़ी जो है वो कीव से 3 से 4 घंटे की दूरी पर है और ये
it's up to you guys. Should we stop watching this military convoy and get all eyes on Kiev, or should we continue watching the Kherson situation here? Should we switch to Kiev or Kherson with this military convoy?
दीवार ये बहुत बड़ा बयान।
Yeah, at this time we don't actually have any cameras of the action going on in Kiev. People are saying to switch back to Kiev.
और इन्होंने अपने सारे हथियार छोड़ दिए थे।
Okay, well, I guess we will switch back over to monitoring Kiev. Looks like you guys have seen enough of the tank convoy. So we'll switch back over to Kiev. I'm going to get all the Kiev cams up on screen for you guys. We'll get this one up there. So we're still seeing people walking around, still seeing traffic and stuff. Somebody get me another skyline view I'll put here.
अब तय करेगा कि कितना बड़ा है मैदान की तस्वीर जब सामने आएगी। प्राची हमारे साथ डाटा सेंटर से तैयार है। सीधे हम प्राची का रुख करेंगे और उनसे जानेंगे कि मैदान में क्या स्थिति बन रही है। तो प्राची आप तैयार हैं? बताइए मैदान की स्थिति क्या है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए हम पूरी तरीके से तैयार हैं और जैसा कि हम लगातार कह रहे हैं कि इस तैयारी के साथ साथ हम वो भव्यता भी दिखा रहे हैं उत्तराखंड की, जिसके लिए उत्तराखंड जाना भी जाता है। हर एक रीजन की जो पहचान है वो हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं अपने इन तमाम दृश्यों के जरिए। और बात चूंकि मैदान की हो रही है क्योंकि मैदान में आइए जल्दी से हैं अपने दर्शकों को, क्योंकि 16% वोट शेयर मिल रहा है। अगर बड़ी खबर के लिए सीधा मिलती हुई यहाँ से सीधे दिखाई दे रही है, बड़ी खबर है मैदान में कांग्रेस को बढ़ा 43% वोटों के साथ, भाजपा को 29% वोट का अनुमान। वोट यहाँ से वोट शेयर क्या है और साथ ही आम आदमी पार्टी को 16।
Yeah, we need to find that other one. Here we go. Yes, that's that one. Get that up. We'll keep that up just in case it comes back online. I believe it was our Reuters cam that had the audio. Am I correct to say that, guys? Was it our Reuters cam that had the audio?
नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका। घड़ी में 9 बज गए हैं, वक्त हो गया है आपके फेवरेट मॉर्निंग प्राइम टाइम शो 9 बज गए का। आपके साथ हूं मैं नेहा बातम। पूरे
here's that other skyline shot. Yeah, we'll get this one up on screen. This is the one I was looking for.
और लगातार वहां पर जो खबर आपको बता रहे हैं जिसमें रूसी सेना लोगों की जान गई थी, लेकिन ये हमला दक्षिणी यूक्रेन पर इन मिसाइल से हमला करके वहां पर भारी क्षति और था, और यही वजह
जितने भी मिलिट्री टारगेट्स हैं उनको पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त कर दिया जाए, नेस्त नाबूद कर दिया जाए। यूं ये प्रयास क्यों है? क्योंकि
southwest maybe. This one was looking at. Make sure that's live there for you, and we'll get that up on screen here. I'm just going to kind of put that here. I guess we'll move our military trucks up here for now. Our military trucks up there in the right top left corner, and we'll get this on screen for you here.
अनोखी और हैरान कर देने वाली खबरों के इस वीडियो में हम आपको दिखाने जा रहे हैं कहां 5 करोड़ की गाड़ी लेकर सड़क पर निकला कारोबारी का बेटा। पुलिस आई और हो गया ये सीन। दरअसल ऐसा इसीलिए हुआ क्योंकि ये गाड़ी पहली बार जयपुर की सड़कों पर दौड़ती दिखी। बिना नंबर की चल रही 5 करोड़ की लैम्बोर्गिनी कार का 5,000 रुपए का चालान कट गया। इस कार को एक कारोबारी का बेटा चला रहा था। कार तेज रफ्तार से दौड़ा रहा था और कार का नंबर भी नहीं था, इसीलिए पुलिस ने इसे रोककर चालान काट दिया। पुलिस ने जवान के साथ डांस करने लगा। उम्मीदवार को इस अंदाज में झूमते देख
Does this look good, guys? Does this look good here? Yeah, we've heard sporadic reports of yes, that is Russian troops in the top left corner. Yeah, we've heard sporadic reports that Russians are wearing Ukrainian uniforms in some cases. That's probably Spetsnaz doing that. Somebody said change top center. Oh yeah, we can do that for you. Somebody get me another Kiev cam or something. Actually, hold on. We'll get this cam top center then, so we can see Kherson there. And I'll go over here. And okay, yeah, we got Kharkiv there. So yeah, now we got everything here, and then hold on, I got to get that other camera here for you guys.
एक बिना ब्रेक
पूछना हो, व्हाट्सएप से कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना हो, मेरा मोबाइल नंबर नोट कर लीजिए 9454। आप कभी भी हमसे पूछ सकते हैं। कहीं भी आपको कोई ऐसी चीज लगे कि जो लगे कि मैं आपसे गलत बोला हूँ फैक्चुअल, और आपको कहीं और दिखे, आप वो भी हमसे पूछ सकते हैं।
Yeah, so I mean, we were talking about this earlier, guys. A lot of the tanks we're seeing in this convoy that we were watching are really old Soviet tanks, and we had been talking about that for some time now, how we had seen evidence that the Russians were pulling old Soviet hardware out of warehouses, and they had been amassing them on the border for weeks, almost months now. And we noticed large numbers of this Soviet hardware. And the reason they're doing that is because they're using their expendable tanks first with their most expendable soldiers, okay? They're taking young rebel conscripts out of eastern Ukraine, like in the Donetsk and Luhansk republics. They've been called to action, and they're being forced to basically go to the front lines. Basically, a draft was initiated. Actually, I think it was just basically a general order, all men 18 to 60 in eastern Ukraine, in the Russian-held areas, were basically called up to fight. They were told that that every man was going to fight, and they're some of the first ones that are being sent to the front lines. We've been getting reports of this all week. And it kind of goes hand in hand with what we're seeing with this this old Soviet hardware that you guys are seeing rolling into Kherson. They're using all of this expendable hardware first, along with expendable soldiers, to soak up all of the Javelin munitions that the Ukrainians have at their disposal, all of the anti-tank weaponry that they have at their disposal, before they send in their primary forces. Which are using much newer Russian hardware. And yeah, so guys, this is a mix of speculation, but also we do have reporting, and we have seen evidence of this. For those of you that have been watching the stream for days, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. We've been literally watching this stuff in front of us on the screen take place. We were seeing evidence. There was people in the LPR and DPR.
राइफलें 10,000। आर्ट गैलरी ऑल वीडियो है। उन्होंने हमें सुपर चैट के जरिए कहा है कि ऐसे राष्ट्रपति को सलाम है।
बिल्कुल, पूरा देश नहीं, पूरी दुनिया इस बार ये कह रही है कि उनको सलाम कर रही है। क्यों सलाम कर रही है? कि आर्ट गैलरी ऑल वीडियो कह रहे हैं कि ऐसे राष्ट्रपति को सलाम है। आर्ट गैलरी सुपर चैट की तरफ से हमें बता रहे हैं कि ऐसे राष्ट्रपति को सलाम है। आप भी हमें किसी भी तरीके से बता सकती हैं। आपकी जो बात है वो लगातार हम दिखा रहे हैं। 24-25 हजार लोग देख रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये है कि
लेकिन रंजन यादव भी कह रहे हैं हम सिर्फ सुपर चैट ही तमाम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन रंजन यादव कह रहे हैं कि प्राउड ऑफ राष्ट्रपति ज़ेलेंस्की। और इसके अलावा जो है इरफान कह रहे हैं कि प्लीज डोंट डू वॉर, मेक लव नॉट वॉर। बिल्कुल हम सब
बिल्कुल सब लोग यही चाहते हैं, यही बेहतर तरीका है जिससे दुनिया भर में बेहतरी की हम लोग मूल्यवान गतिविधियां कर सकते हैं। अगर युद्ध हुआ तो भयंकर नुकसान होगा, भयंकर नुकसान हो रहा है, अभी भी भयंकर नुकसान हो चुका है, लेकिन और ज्यादा होगा। मतलब तरस जाएंगे, मोहताज हो जाएंगे।
महिलाएं भी हमारे साथ बहुत जुड़ रही हैं। अभी चल रीना है, रीना पासवान कह रही हैं कि ऐसे राष्ट्रपति को सलाम है। सुमित कुमार कह रहे हैं अमेरिका गद्दार है। और इसके अलावा जो तमाम लोग हैं, देखिए आप
अमेरिका को गद्दार इसलिए कहा जा रहा है क्योंकि
the Ukrainians have offered up weaponry to every citizen that's willing to take up arms in the country, and so I think, of course, they're looking for things like bombs, explosive, any type of explosive device, any type of weaponry. So he says Kiev feeds keep going off. Yeah, sometimes the feeds do freeze for a second or drop out, but they usually come back up pretty quick. Sounded interesting. I'm hearing that too. It does sound like maybe a jet or a missile or something. It might be the ghost of Kiev. Looks like somebody on that Kiev cam is finally changing the exposure. Thank you.
And stopped. Surya Kumar Yadav said no and then started going.
Or
and the fourth wicket down for
did they change the exposure? It looks like they might have fixed the exposure on that cam finally. Well, we're going to have to get a different Kiev cam. Anybody have another cam of the square they want to share? Anybody have another cam of the square they would like to share? Please PM them to me now. I will put one on the screen. That location. You. So guys, we're hearing noises out of Kiev here, but I just got an interesting message here. Apparently, two different YouTube channels, Revolution TV and Ratkey Gaming on YouTube, both are currently stealing my live stream and restreaming it to YouTube. One of them currently has 4,000 people watching. For you 4,000 people watching the stream on Ratkey Gaming, you guys should come over to Nemeko Network, where this stream is actually taking place. Instead of watching a stolen stream from there, you guys should come over, just type into YouTube, Nemeko Network, and then come over to my stream and watch my stream here. I'll be issuing probably a takedown request at some time. Yeah, literally I just got sent a link. The guy's literally just restreaming my stream. But yeah, for anybody that's watching over there on Revolution TV or Ratkey Gaming, you guys are watching a stolen stream. and I'm going to issue a report and a takedown request for that. If you guys could hop over here onto my stream at Nemico Network, Nemico Network, Network, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I'll get a watermark. We'll put one up on screen. Sucks that I have to do that, but... Stand by here, guys. I actually have one that rotates, but I don't seem to have that on hand here, but we'll put that over here. I should probably have a YouTube link, huh? Next to it, maybe? We'll put that right up here. Yeah, for you guys watching on Revolution TV and Ratkey Gaming, you guys are watching a stolen stream. You guys should come over here and watch the real stream. AK Robbie, if you want to send me links to, yeah, both of those streams so I can issue a report on that, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, if you guys could, you know, go over there and report that stream, that'd be pretty cool for me. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I can't believe... okay, so this should work. Also, put your... yeah, we did that. Okay. So I got another camera of Kiev here for you. Somebody said the convoy is turning back. Yeah, they've had to reroute, I believe. We'll keep an eye on that. Wait, that cam is still up. Never mind, that cam is back up again. Never mind, we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, guys, this is a legitimate stream here. Apparently somebody is pirating my stream. Yeah, if you guys could all report those two YouTubers for stealing my stream, that would probably really help, actually. If you guys could just mass report them. Thank you, guys. Thank you for that. Yeah, if anybody if anybody wants to post the links to that in the live chats, just keep posting the links to that stream so you guys can go report that. So guys, that convoy we're watching near Kherson, it got hit up the road. That's why they're turning back. Here's video from that, actually. We're going to take a look at this. Russian convoy near Kherson killed. Kherson. Let's view this here. So guys, this is why they're turning back, apparently. They got hit up the road.
Да давай, Сань. Не знаю, блядь. Дивися, ось на якийсь снаряд зараз у мене їде, блядь. Пробути нахуй, давай, давай, блядь. Пізда, нахуй. Диви, ну що, аж земля гаряча. Ну, парена. Снаряди. Що розпиздували їх.
So, yeah, that's interesting. Interesting there. Alright guys, we're going to pull up these stolen streams, my stolen stream. Literally somebody is just totally blatantly ripping off my stream. So we'll go ahead and report that. So yeah, that's interesting. Interesting there. Yeah, so all you guys on Garrick TV, you're literally, I'm watching you guys right now. In fact, we're putting you up on the screen here. Alright guys, we're gonna pull up these stolen streams.
Oh, they're taking the camera down!
Stolen stream. Literally somebody is
They're
just
taking the
totally
camera down, you guys! They're taking the camera down! You guys are freaking taking the camera down!
So we'll go ahead
and now we have air raids in Kiev. Alright, we'll deal with the people stealing my stream later.
So yeah, that's interesting. Interesting there. Yeah, so all you guys...
Yeah, we'll take that audio down. Sorry about that, guys. Alright. We're gonna keep an eye on Kiev now, a very close eye.
Yeah, to everybody that looked at those streams, please repeat that, or report them. Thank you for that. We're gonna keep an eye on Kiev here now, guys, because that is definitely more important. Can't believe they took down our camera. Can we get some Fs in the chat for our camera, guys? I can't believe it lasted as long as it did. We've been watching them and reporting their movements all day. Fs in the chat for that cam, guys. Look, guys. Look what we can see in the bottom right here, guys. I believe these are either civilians moving for shelter. They look more like troops, though. Wait, what?